Mist gets a fast start here, shutting Havoc down, even with that ramp height advantage. Mist is really putting the pressure on, completely ignoring the high ground to take control here. He's certainly shaking off that rough 15-19 days so far. Havoc looks way more comfortable now, utilizing the ramp to trade back around. He's been far more dominant in their head-to-head history. Havoc really is the clear favorite here based on the rating gap, and honestly it's surprising to see him fighting from behind given how he's been playing today. We need to see if he can flip the momentum before this slips away. Unreal, he barely survives that frantic shootout to take a commanding lead. He really has the upper hand in the overall map count. Mist is simply too fast, picking him off the ramp to keep the streak alive. The top 12 rank isn't helping him a bit right now. Absolutely ruthless. He's now sitting on a massive 4-round. He's really making a statement against his historically dominant opponent. Another effortless exchange on the ramp and the streak keeps climbing. Pure desperation from the number 12 seed right now. He's just relentless, utilizing the ramp to secure his 6th straight victory. It's almost impossible to believe given their lifetime history together. Havoc finds his footing again, capitalizing from the ramp to put a halt to that run. Incredible, he claws out a victory from the brink, barely clinging to life with a sliver of health. He's been in stellar form lately with that 6-game win streak. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and it is a shock seeing him outpace the favorite this early. I mean, Havoc just hasn't been able to keep up with that early burst of speed from the underdog. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is really starting to tighten the gap, using the ramp to secure another fast win. His total level of play today has been incredibly consistent. He's showing some real grit now, taking the round without taking any damage. He's certainly playing like the superior talent right now. Goodness, he was nearly out of the fight, but he secures another huge round from the wine box. This is a complete reversal of the first half. Absolute momentum shift. We are all square at 8-8 as the comeback continues. Mist manages to secure a crucial round, finally picking the opponent off the planks. He's finally carving out some space in this series. Emotion mid Havoc has been in a phenomenal state of form lately with a 25-9 record over the last day. It's clear that he's normally the one dictating the pace in these matchups. We just have to see if those habits can kick back in now Emotion mid. Mist has a clear path to victory now, managing to shut down the planks from his vantage point. He shuts everything down from the wine box, continuing this impressive run to close the gap. We're seeing some high-tier precision from the favorite in this stretch. A sharp reaction there, and now he's just one round away from the victory. Mist is truly defying the odds tonight. What a scrap! He digs deep to force this one out and keep his hopes alive. Talk about a nail-biter barely keeping his head above water there. He simply refused to go down, leveling the score and pushing this battle into overtime. Mist is playing with so much confidence right now, refusing to let Havoc get comfortable even with the high ground. Total blackout for Mist. He earns a clean win to level the score at 13-13. A clean response there to bring us completely level. keeps the pressure high, dropping another clean shot from the wine box to take the lead. This is precisely why he's ranked so much higher on the ladder. It is a complete deadlock. I can't believe we're still tied after all this back and forth. Total deadlock we have here, perfectly echoing their split on this map. Havoc just keeps this momentum, charging forward, putting himself on the verge of victory. Just as much of a statement as the previous duel. Absolute perfection. He closes out the series with a rapid shot to claim the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the composure in overtime was just on another level. He had to scrape by a few times today, but he always seems to find a way to close it out against Mist. What a fight! Lancer holds a lifelong lead of 966 rounds over Mist in their history. But we're seeing a major shift in the tide recently, with Mist taking their last few individual clashes. The big question now is if Lancer can get back to his usual dominance here. Mist is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. We're seeing a repeat of their last clash on red line. Mist is really taking control of the early game, making it look far too easy right now. Coming off a rough 11-21 stretch today, and it's starting to show. What a scramble. Lancer scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. He's fighting through a really tough run of form right now. We are all tied up at 3 apiece now. This is exactly what a higher rated player likes to see. Mist edges ahead by 1, keeping the heat on. Mist continues to play the role of the slight favorite here. Things are completely wide open now. It's a total toss-up who takes the lead from here. Lancer is showing plenty of fight despite those recent losses to Havoc. Lancer claws his way back into the lead at 5-4. He's clearly shaking off those recent struggles. And we're deadlocked at 5-all. The ladder positioning looks appropriate with both players trading blows. Lancer is starting to find his footing here, putting some distance between himself and the trailing player. His side of the ledger is looking much healthier now. We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. Well, this is a mirror image of a totally balanced start. Both guys are playing exactly to their level, and it's a coin flip as we switch sides. Fresh starts for both now. Mist regains a narrow edge as we hit 7-6. It's a tough stretch for him after those 3 recent losses. Lancer forces a dead heat at 7 apiece. A clean reset for the one sitting lower on the ladder. These rounds are flying by. Whoever reacts first is just completely ending the exchange immediately. Lancer is currently sitting on a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's starting to feel like he's carrying a heavy burden of doubt into these exchanges. He needs to find an answer fast, or this gap will widen. He's just completely owning these exchanges right now, securing his 4th straight. Absolutely wild. He barely survives that chaotic firefight to hold the momentum. He's fighting for every single point at the moment. He's showing a lot of grit here, refusing to let the game slip away as he keeps the pressure high. He's managed to push this back into a real contest. A huge burst of confidence from Mist, leaving him just 1 round away from victory. The favorite is finally closing in on the finish line. Game over. Mist shuts the door with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He's really making a statement here, putting together another win over his longtime rival to prove he's the man to beat right now. Havoc has absolutely dominated this pairing with over 600 all-time wins. It's a massive historical advantage that seems to be carrying over into today, and honestly, Lancer's recent struggles only make this look more like an uphill battle. Lancer is pulling ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. A huge shift for the rank 29 player right now. Another swift shot secures a third straight for the underdog. Havoc manages to secure the kill, clearing him of the wine. He's looked sharp all day with a strong 24-9 record. Lancer is surging ahead with a commanding 4-2 lead. A tough stretch for him lately, but he's responding well. Havoc was way too fast for him there, catching Lancer before he could react from the wine. Lancer manages to push him off the wine, extending that lead to 5. The underdog is definitely shaking off some of that recent rust. What a scramble. Lancer somehow walks away from that absolute brawl with his life. Pure survival instincts on display as he keeps his lead. A tidy finish there, showing some real grit as he claws back closer to the leader. He's showing why he entered this series as the big favorite. He's refusing to let the lead slip away, keeping his head high just before the switch. A great time to flatten the momentum before the side switch. We're all square at 6-6. Okay, so this is roughly what we expected coming in. Both guys are trading blows and it looks like a fair fight for the moment. Let's see who blinks first. He takes the lead back, showing impressive nerve to climb into the driver's seat. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel very real here. Absolutely effortless. He's simply not letting that early deficit slow him down. He's clearly finding his second wind now. Another quick snapshot, and he's really starting to turn the tide of this series. Lancer keeps the pressure on, cleanly taking Havoc down from the wine. A solid answer from the lower seeded player. That's another one for Lancer, continuing his climb back into this game. Lancer is really refusing to let the favorite pull away here. He's completely erased that early deficit, utilizing the high ground on the wine to level the score. What an incredible stretch. He's just completely taken over this series now. Now we are completely tied up. He just refused to let Lancer take over the match. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seeded player. Havoc is putting on a real display of grit, claiming the lead with a totally clean hit. Unbelievable. He's now just one round away from closing this out after an incredible surge. Game over. He slams the door shut on this whole series with a perfect final shot. Lancer really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't close those gaps. He'll be gutted after a fight like that. Hard-fought win. Havoc has historically dominated this pairing, winning nearly 70% of their encounters. He's really looking to double down on that mental edge today after taking the first round. Let's see if Mist can actually shake things up. Mist is fighting hard to keep this at 2-1. He's really fighting an uphill battle against the ladder favorite here. Mist has completely flipped the momentum here, erasing that early lead in what feels like a flash. The lower rated player is refusing to be intimidated right now. Absolutely untouched in that exchange, putting the pressure squarely back on his opponent. He is simply not letting up, securing another round to keep this streak alive. A surprising turn given his 14-19 record in the last day. He's practically taking over the map, extending his run to 5 straight. Total reversal of the momentum usually seen in their meetings. He's just untouchable, reaching a 6-game tier to take a commanding lead. He's fighting back from a tough set of previous matches against this opponent. Havoc finally finds a way through to secure the round. He's certainly been on fire lately with an 8-game run. Mist holds a very strong lead right now, and that high ground on the ramp really worked in his favor. Havoc has an incredible 25-9 record over the last day. Well, that puts his current struggles in a completely different light. It's a strange contrast to the way Mist is controlling the map right now. Mist takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the rating gap didn't matter at all in this opening half. He simply outplayed Havoc across the board to put himself in a great position. Time to swap sides. Mist is firmly in control at 9-4. The higher rated player is finally starting to find some footing. Mist is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-4. That was a lightning fast exchange to take control again. Mist is just putting a stranglehold on this series, moving himself closer to a victory. He's absolutely defying every expectation today. Another rapid fire victory for Mist, who now needs just one more to seal the deal. Unbelievable. Mist shuts the door on this series with a completely clean finish. He's completely rewritten the script today, finally breaking that long-term losing streak against one of the league's best. Lancer holds a slim 966 to 912 lead in their lifetime head-to-head history. It's worth noting that Mist has a strong grip on their most recent meetings, taking 3 of the last 5. We'll see if that current trend can hold up tonight. Lancers looking sharp, pushing a 2-1 lead right now. Mist clearly has some confidence coming into today's series. What a scramble. Lancer barely escapes that encounter with a sliver of health. Mist definitely had the better run of form coming into this. Unreal. Both of them were nearly out of health, but Mist manages to secure the trade. Lancer is dominating the pace now, leading 4-2. The lower ranked man is really punching up today. Mist answers back, narrowing the gap to 4-3. That's a solid look for the higher seeded player. The momentum has completely shifted. Lancer was in control, but now he's staring down a deficit. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, but he clings to life by a thread to take the round. Lancer is fighting through a rough stretch in his overall recent form. Lancer has been struggling through a difficult stretch today with only an 11-22 record in the last 24 hours. The real story here is how he's managed to completely ignore those poor results to take control of this specific duel. He's effectively flipped the script on the favorite. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, he's really shaking off that 5-game losing streak he had before this. This should be a very tight battle in the second half. Fresh start for both players. Wow, what a slugfest. Mist barely claws through that one, keeping the comeback attempt alive. That's a high pressure response to keep the game within reach. He's completely erased that lead, bringing us back to a dead heat. The favorite is finally finding his footing in this series. Pure dominance now as he shuts everything down to grab his 3rd straight victory. This is looking more and more like a classic clash for these two. He barely survives that brutal trade, extending the streak to 4 in a row. The gap in skill is becoming apparent as the pressure builds. A quick reaction from Lancer to put an end to that run. He's showing a lot of resilience against a higher rated opponent today. Completely unscathed round for Mist, who continues to claw back into this game. A clean, effortless look from that side of the map. Mist just barely edges ahead, now leading 10-9. Lancer is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the ranked 23 seed. Another quick flick for Mist, who looks incredibly composed during this climb back into the lead. He's completely in control now and just needs a single round to seal the deal. The pressure is clearly weighing on the man from the lower seed. A stunningly efficient exchange that keeps the dream alive for Lancer. A massive confidence boost for the man trailing by 2. Unbelievable. He stays perfectly composed to shut the door on this series and secure the victory. Lancer really gave him a run for his money today, but he just couldn't close those final gaps. He had to work for that. Lancer really stepped up here to shut down Havoc's attempt from the window. Havoc holds a huge 71% lifetime win rate in this specific head-to-head. It's quite surprising to see him struggle this early when he's usually so dominant in their history. I wonder if he can find a way to shake things up before the lead grows. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as we move forward. He's definitely capitalizing on that overall confidence edge he's had lately. Another absolute shutdown, putting him firmly in control with 3 straight wins. The rank gap is really starting to show here. He secures a clean look from the window to keep this streak alive. Lancer has been struggling lately, picking up only 1 win in his last 10. Lancer manages to pluck him right off the ramp. He hasn't seen a lot of success lately, so this is a big moment. Havoc has stayed incredibly sharp today with a 24-10 record across his total matches. It's certainly paying off as he maintains his composure against a struggling opponent. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle to keep this close. Havoc secures another fast kill from the ramp, firmly taking back control of the map. That was a gritty exchange, and the challenger manages to scrape through for the win. He's definitely fighting against that rating deficit right now. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He used that 4-round run to build a solid buffer against Lancer. Time for a total reset. Lancer keeps the pressure on, picking Havoc right off the ramp to narrow the gap. Lancer is showing some serious grit against the top 12 seed. The response time was instant, and Lancer is refusing to let the lead slip further away. A real battle on the ramp there, but Havoc was just a split second faster to pull the trigger. Lancer just completely outplayed him in a battle on the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite here. Havoc still commands a healthy 3-round cushion here. His target practice for the day has been seriously impressive. Lancer is starting to look a bit desperate here, as the momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. He's just relentless, putting Lancer down in an exchange on the ramp and bringing the match to a knife edge. Lancer manages to hold his ground on the ramp and keeps this series alive. He's showing a lot of heart for someone facing such a deficit. He shuts the door on that momentum shift, keeping himself in the game for now. He's certainly refusing to let the rating gap define this set. What a finish. Havoc secures the final round from the ramp to close out the series. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but that's just another notch in the belt for the favorite today. Havoc enters this battle holding a commanding head-to-head lead with 369 overall wins over Mist, and honestly, that historical edge often translates into a huge mental advantage. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up today. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. A quick response from the man sitting just outside the top 10. Havoc is simply too fast for him right now, keeping the pace high and the round times incredibly short. Havoc is just dominating, leading 4-1 now. The higher seeded player is firmly in control of the tempo. He's not going down easy, answering back with a completely clean kill to trim the deficit. He's proving he can compete with the favorite tonight. What a read, just picking him off the ramp to keep this recovery going. The gap in their rankings is suddenly feeling very small. Unbelievable. He finds a way to scrap his way back and we are all square. A complete turnaround from the start of this set. Havoc regains the lead, putting himself back on top. He's looked incredibly sharp today, boasting a 25-9 record so far. Havoc has really been on a tear today with a 25-9 record so far. It shows he's shifted into a higher gear since his recent loss to Mist. He's looking incredibly dangerous right now. He just completely dismantles the opponent from the Tetris, building a massive amount of momentum. He's clearly playing the role of the favorite right now. Havoc takes a nice 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, everything is going exactly as we thought it would. The top seed is showing why he's the favorite here. Time to see a new side. Unreal, he manages to scrap his way out of that with barely anything left, clutching a narrow victory from the Tetris. Havoc is just ruthless, pushing it to 10-4. It's a tough spot to be in, especially with how he's played lately. Mist finds a breath of air at 10-5. His recent form has been leaning toward a coin flip lately. Havoc is just relentlessly pushing the pace, barely giving Mist a chance to get his bearings. Mist is really feeling the weight of that rating difference right now. Absolute perfection on that exchange, and now we are at match point for Havoc. Just total confidence in his aim throughout this sequence. A steady hand from Mist to grab this one and put up a fight. He's refusing to let this end in a complete landslide. Still a mountain to climb for the under. And that's it. He closes out the set and secures the victory. He's really continuing this hot streak, just cruising through the bracket today with some seriously impressive speed. Lancer holds a narrow overall edge in their lifetime head-to-head series. But Mist has completely owned the most recent encounters. It will be interesting to see if that historical dominance carries through this series. Lancer's looking strong, holding a slim 2-1 lead. He's certainly playing like the favored man right now. Mist is really starting to take control of the pace here after those first 2 rounds. Absolute perfection on that shot. He's just completely untouchable right now. He's completely shifted the energy of this set, picking up his 4th straight round. This mirrored the result of their last encounter on the beam. A brutal exchange that ends with the momentum firmly in his hands. It's been a rough stretch for the rank 31 player lately. Lancer manages to outlast the exchange, showing real grit to secure another round. He's proving that the pre-match predictions might have been a bit premature. A strong response here as he keeps the momentum swinging in his direction. Mist is certainly feeling the pressure now as the favorite. And he's completely equalized the series, putting himself in the driver's seat with a stunning run of form. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, claiming his 4th straight to flip the lead. A huge swing for the underdog to seize this lead. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, Lancer is defying the odds here. He's played this exactly like the stronger man despite entering the match as the underdog. Let's see who blinks first. He just completely dismantled that exchange from the wine to maintain his lead. He is really making the most of this underdog narrative. Mist claws back to tie it up at 7 apiece. The higher rated man is fighting to keep that edge today. Mist edges ahead by 1 as we head into round 15. He's fighting to shake off a tough day overall. What a fight. Lancer digs deep to flatten the score and bring this back to a dead heat. A lightning fast exchange to reset the board. Mist takes the lead, putting Lancer on the ropes. He's definitely capitalizing on that recent confidence from the Dunes. Unreal. He nearly went down, but he manages to cling to life by a thread to take this one. He just refused to let that round go. He's completely shut the door on that rally and extends the gap to 3. He's really asserting himself as the top tier talent here. Absolutely effortless. He puts himself on the threshold of victory with a perfect exchange. What a finish. He secures the final blow and closes out the series in spectacular fashion. That half-second reaction time was just too much for him to handle. Mist really makes a statement here to solidify his dominance in this rivalry. Havoc has a huge lead in their head-to-head history, having won 71% of their previous encounters. It's no surprise he's looking so confident right now, given how often he dominates this specific matchup. Let's see if Lancer can actually find a way to flip the script. Lancer is really putting the pressure on, just shutting Havoc down as he tried to hold that ramp. Huge shift from what we expected based on the ratings. What a turnaround! Lancer just plucked him right off that ramp to keep the charge going. Absolute shocker for someone sitting at 31st on the ladder. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another one without conceding a single point of damage. He's showing some real grit here, answering back with a clean response. He's refusing to go away, keeping the momentum on his side to close the gap. Unbelievable. He just wiped Lancer off the ramp to bring the score dead even. Exactly what the pre-match projection suggested would happen. Oh man, that was a war. He nearly went down, but manages to scrap his way to another victory. He's proving why he entered this duel as the heavy favorite. Another lightning fast exchange, and Lancer brings this series right back to a deadlock. He manages to secure the edge from the ramp, showing some serious spirit to claw his way back into this. He certainly looks the part of the favorite today. We've got a deadlock score at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, this is still a very standard result given the ratings. Both players are just trading blows in a really close series so far. Let's see who breaks first. Lancer has claimed a slender lead at 7-6. He's fighting an uphill battle given those recent results. Lancer is just seeing right through him, catching Havoc on the ramp for the third straight victory. Really an unexpected result given how deep the ranking gap is here. Havoc just stood his ground, coming out of that engagement completely unscathed. A very tight window for that underdog to close things out. Lancer just shut that down, catching Havoc right on the ramp to extend his lead. He's showing a lot of heart, putting together a strong push to narrow this gap. It's a stark contrast to how the match Lancer reads him perfectly, just clearing out that ramp to firmly establish control of the pace. A tough run for him lately, but he's managing to stay in this. Havoc finds the opening and knocks Lancer right off that ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's really fighting to keep his composure in this high-pressure spot. Lancer is making this a very tense battle as he pushes his lead to 2. Lancer is just relentless right now, moving within a single step of victory. Lancer is really proving that his ranking can be ignored today. Lancer closes the door with a final blow, securing the series win right here. He finally broke through that wall to take a series off a guy who usually has his number. Is just incredible. What a fight. Havoc holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history, leading the all-time count with over 370 wins. It's an impressive lead, though. He's coming into this match after a tough loss to Lancer. We'll see if he can recover that dominance now. He's completely shut out his opponent, climbing to a 3-round lead. A tough start for the higher-rated player. And there's the response, a quick reaction to get a round back on the board. Just a reminder, he's still the clear favorite going into this. Mist just found the perfect angle to take Havoc right off that box. A very different result than that 13-6 beatdown they had earlier. Mist is just running away with this 5-1 lead. A shocking turn of events for the seed 12 contender. Havoc has a 24-10 record over the last day. He's definitely playing at a higher level recently, despite the slow start in this particular set. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that overall momentum into a real comeback here. Mist is still comfortably in control at 6-3. The gap in the ladder rankings isn't doing him any favors right now. Mist is putting on a real clinic here, building a significant cushion for himself. A tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Mist keeps the pressure on, leading 7-4. A strong display from the 12th seed. Mist takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, we are seeing a huge shift in momentum from what the history books predicted. Havoc is struggling to put his weight around this match. Time for the reset. Havoc manages to close it to 5-8. Looking back at their histories, he definitely likes this map. He's showing great resolve here, taking another round from the box to keep this rally going. The pressure is shifting heavily onto the underdog now. Pure speed from Havoc, who just completely shut down the opposing side for the 3rd time straight. And that's a quick answer from Mist to hold the momentum. He's certainly not letting that previous blowout define this series. He's refusing to back down, cutting the deficit to just 1 round now. It's becoming a real battle of nerves now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the lead and forced a dead heat at 9-0. The underdog is finally getting a taste of the pressure. He's completely taken over now, securing the lead with another smart kill from the box. He's completely locking back into his usual form. He's simply on a different level right now, putting up 4 straight wins to keep the pressure on. He's simply unstoppable right now, reaching match point with a 5-round surge. A total eclipse of the momentum. The sheer depth of experience is showing right now. Mist refuses to let this match slide, showing a lot of grit to get another one on the board. What a finish. Havoc closes it out with a stellar victory to complete the reverse sweep. He really clawed his way back from the brink to seal the deal. Mist fought like a lion, but the favorite eventually wore him down. He had to work for that. Lancer holds a slight overall lead in their head-to-head history, but Mist has clearly figured out the right approach recently. He's won 3 of their last 5 meetings and looks very comfortable in this particular matchup today. Mist is cruising right now, leading 2-1. The favorite will want a quick response after that shake-up. The momentum has completely flipped. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now. A tough stretch recently for Lancer, but he's fighting back now. What a scramble. Both players were practically out of health, but Mist managed to hold on. He's really playing into the favorite role here. Total deadlock now as they sit tied at 3 apiece. The higher rated man is starting to feel the pressure here. Unbelievable. Both players were practically empty, but Mist barely scraped through that fight. He's consistently outperforming his opponent today. Lancer is really struggling to find any footing today, coming in with a tough 12-22 record over the last day. You can tell he's fighting a bit of a mental battle right now. It will be interesting to see if he can flip the script before the halftime break. Lancer is showing real grit here, walking away from that exchange without taking a single hit. A huge result for the underdog to keep this close. He's on a roll now, narrowing the deficit to just 1 before we head into the break. Lancer is quickly turning this into a nail-biter. Mist holds a narrow 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, it's a pretty standard start for him. He's playing like the favorite we expected, though Lancer is staying right there in the fight. Let's see who hits their stride first. He's showing an incredible amount of resolve, continuing to close the gap on the favorite. The confidence is returning for the Mist maintains a 2-round cushion over Lancer here. He's definitely showing why he's rated higher on the ladder. Mist is well positioned with a 3-round cushion. A strong display from the player currently sitting at rank 23. He's completely shut down any hopes of a comeback, securing another effortless round. The higher rank is really asserting control at this stage. Simply untouchable right now, with a 4th consecutive point added to his tally. Lancer reacts quickly, ending the round in a flash. Still holds a slight advantage in their overall lifetime series. Lancer is putting up a serious fight here, refusing to let this slip away without a struggle. He's really fighting the tide to get this one back to a game. And just like that, Mist puts himself in a position to end this entire series. Lancer just can't seem to string those wins together. Absolute perfection to close it out. Mist secures the victory with an incredibly sharp final shot. He really controlled the pace today, showing exactly why he's climbing those rankings right now. Havoc has been dominant in their head-to-head history, taking 71% of their matchups. And coming into this game, we're seeing those historical odds translate into immediate confidence. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can disrupt that pattern today. Havoc holds a slim lead as we head back out. Lancer looks to replicate that 15-point lead he had in their last meeting. Lancer has really found a way to keep the pressure on, taking full control of this early stretch. His current form is night and day compared to those last 10 games. Lancer is completely taking over, walking away from this exchange without taking a single hit. A wild reversal from his usual struggles lately. Havoc answers back, bringing the set to a dead hit. That's a stark difference from his poor run over the last 10. Lancer had the quicker eyes that time, shutting Havoc down as he pushed up the ramp. It is a massive shift in energy for the lower seeded side. A total deadlock now, 4 apiece for both players. The gap in the ladder is barely showing through right now. Pure chaos in this exchange, and he just barely manages to come out on top. He is really capitalizing on those high energy wins from his earlier victory over Mist. We've reached a stalemate with Havoc and Lancer tied 5-5. Lancer is fighting hard to erase that historical disadvantage. Lancer just edges ahead, taking a narrow 6-5 lead. Lancer is proving his recent win over this opponent wasn't a fluke. We're sitting at a 6 deadlock for the half. Things are playing out exactly as predicted since Havoc is maintaining his composure. Lancer is hanging in there, but he'll need a stronger surge to pull ahead in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer keeps the momentum, pushing it to 7-6. Lancer is fighting back hard despite that significant gap in the ladder. Havoc strikes back to leave us all square at 7. Both players are practically identical in their performance on this map. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, keeping this set incredibly tight. He's really fighting the uphill battle as a rank 31 seed. Unbelievable, he claws back from the edge to secure this one, leaving things completely level at 8 apiece. Havoc pulls back into the driver's seat, leading 9-8. He's definitely feeling that 1585 rating now. What a scramble, but he manages to emerge from that chaos and keep the streak alive. He's definitely looking sharp after that win against Mist. He's completely in control now, strolling toward the finish line with another effortless round. A rough outing for Lancer today, especially coming off that loss to Mist. He completely dismantles the opposition from heaven, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He is simply too sharp for his opponent right now. And there it is. He closes out the game in style to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him for a while, but that late run was just too much to handle. He keeps his dominance in this rivalry. Havoc typically owns the head-to-head battle with a 69% win rate against Mist, but those historic numbers aren't helping him get a foothold right now. He's definitely looking for a way to respond to that early pressure. He's simply on another level right now, claiming a third straight. A tough start for the higher rated player here. Unbelievable. Mist just keeps on rolling, keeping the pressure high with a fourth straight win. Total shutdown. He's just not letting his opponent breathe right now. We're seeing a massive reversal from that last meeting on duels. Finally, some resistance from Havoc as he breaks that losing skid. He's definitely leaning on that strong 26-10 run he's put up today. Mist holds a slight historical edge on this map with a 51% win rate. It's giving him a lot of confidence as he tries to put a definitive stamp on the early half of this duel. Mist is still comfortably in control at 6-3. He's really asserting himself as the favorite here. Havoc really wanted to build some momentum there, but Mist puts a stop to that quick climb. It's a surprising look for the higher rated side right now. Mist is running away with it, leading 8-3. It's a tough look for the 12th ranked man right now. Mist takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected Havoc to cruise here, but the underdog is absolutely skating away with this. He's making it look easy, despite the ranking gap. Havoc needs a huge wake-up call. Mist is just crushing this, sitting pretty at 9-4. His recent form has been impressive with an 80% win rate. Mist is practically cruising with a dominant 10-4 lead. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Mist is ending these duels in a heartbeat. Another lightning fast win, and he's now just a single round away from victory. And that's it! He finishes him off to secure the victory! He really just walked all over that matchup. It's a huge result considering how often we've seen the other guy come out on top. Lancer currently leads the overall head-to-head with 966 wins. The momentum has shifted heavily towards Mist recently, who took their last meeting quite comfortably. It will be interesting to see if those historical numbers actually mean anything today. Lancer keeps the edge with a narrow 2-1 lead. The odds definitely didn't account for this start. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Both players are reacting almost instantly. Lancer is starting to look a bit shaky. Mist just claimed a big advantage from the ramp. A brutal exchange of shots, but he comes out on top to keep the streak alive. The ratings gap is starting to show a bit here. He's just totally in control of this server, extending that winning run to 4 straight. He's really playing like the favorite in this one. Simply outclassed. He's now taken 5 rounds in a row and is completely separating himself from Lancer. Finally, some resistance. Lancer digs in and secures the opening for himself. He's definitely got the mental grit to hang in this one. Lancer has struggled lately, putting up just a 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a tough slide to break when you're fighting someone as consistent as Mist. Now we have to see if the experience of a veteran can actually override a bad run of form. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's really capitalizing on that higher rating right now. Lancer has his work cut out for him if he wants to claw back into this. Time for a total reset. Mist maintains a commanding 9-4 lead. The gap in their overall rank is definitely starting to feel significant. Mist holds a strong lead at 9-5. A quick trade to keep the fight alive. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle now, just trying to keep this match from slipping away completely. He's really putting a hold on his current top 20 form. Mist is just completely outclassing him in these exchanges right now. That was an incredibly fast kill. Another effortless round for Mist, putting him on the verge of victory. Lancer finds a way to hold his ground here, slowing down the momentum just for a moment. Lancer is trying to prove the underdog story possible today. Absolutely effortless. Mist shuts the door right there to secure the victory. The gap in their form was just too wide to bridge today. Mist looked way too sharp for Lancer. Havoc has a commanding historical record here, leading the lifetime head-to-head 603 to 245. He's definitely the stronger player on paper, but Lancer is fighting hard to overcome that gap. It will be a battle to see if the favorite can actually close this out early. Lancer holds the edge, leading this 1-2-1. Lancer is simply not letting him get comfortable today. Lancer is really leaning into that ramp elevation right now, and it's paying off big time. Lancer has climbed ahead 3-2 in a nail biter. Lancer's had a tough run today with a 12-25 record. We are all squared up at 3-3 after that. His current form is looking sharp today with a strong 26-11 run. Lancer is refusing to back down. He's keeping this series incredibly tight. Havoc takes this one from the ramp, and now we've got a dead heat in the middle of the set. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of his recent slide. Havoc is really starting to build some steam, just pulling that off against Lancer on the ramp. Absolute chaos now with Havoc tying it up at 5. It's a total toss-up now despite the disparity on the ladder. What a nail biter. He manages to scrape through that exchange to take the lead before the break. It's a bit of a shock seeing the lower rated player this dominant. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his ranking right now. Havoc is struggling to put riddles together, giving us a real shot at a huge upset here. Time to shake it off. Havoc uses that wall position to secure a huge round, keeping this set incredibly close. This is exactly how their previous clash ended. Lancer holds his own from the window, reacting just a split second faster to keep this gap open. A truly surprising performance from the 31st ranked player today. Havoc secures that trade from the ramp, and we are now looking at a virtual deadlock. Lancer is certainly digging deep to keep this close. Lancer's recent form shows him struggling with a 10% win rate in his last few outings. Seeing him hold the lead right now is a complete reversal of his recent trend. He's proving that his historical struggles aren't defining this specific set. Lancer keeps the pressure on from the ramp and manages to stretch this lead to 2. Lancer just barely holds a single round advantage now. It's getting harder for the lower ranked player to hold this lead. These two are just trading blows now, but Lancer is doing enough to maintain that narrow gap. Things are shifting back and forth, and now we are just one round apart again. He's really starting to look like the higher rated player in this set. Lancer just takes full control of the lobby, picking him off the ramp to put himself on match point. Unbelievable. Lancer shuts the door and claims the victory with a perfect final shot. He's finally broken that losing cycle with a huge result against a powerhouse. Just an incredible way to flip the script. What a fight. What a frantic start. Havoc barely escapes with his life to take the first lead. Havoc has completely dominated this pair historically, winning about 69% of their career bouts. It makes sense why we saw him as the clear favorite heading into today. Let's see if Mist can flip the script after his strong win in their most recent meeting. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as we restart. The lower rated side is absolutely refusing to blink. Havoc is fighting back, making sure this doesn't turn into another one-sided affair like their last meeting. Both players are now neck and neck at 3-all. The number 21 ranked Mist is really putting on a show here. Mist is just completely outclassing him right now, catching him quickly off the box to take a 2-round lead. Havoc claws back to make it a 4-4 stalemate. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that tough defeat earlier today. Mist just edge ahead to take a 5-4 lead. He's really leaning into that confidence from his other matches today. These two are just trading blows at this point. It's a complete toss-up who gets the upper hand. Mist holds a slim lead at 6-5. He's really showing a lot of poise after that dominant victory earlier today. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. I mean, he's definitely defying the odds right now. We expected a more one-sided show for the favorite, but Mist is holding his own perfectly. Time to shake things up. Mist clings to a narrow edge at 7-6. That was an incredibly tight exchange to close it out. Havoc fights his way back to level things at 7. It's definitely a grind for someone who's usually so dominant here. He's simply too hot right now, putting up a 3rd straight victory to take a 1-round lead. His recent victory against the rank 21 player today was more convincing. He's just not letting up, taking another one to climb to a 4-round tier. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to show. Mist answers back quickly to close that gap. The underdog is showing a surprising amount of resilience today. Pure chaos as Havoc forces a 9-9 deadlock. He's riding the wave of confidence after the dominant 13-4 victory previously. Havoc finally breaks the tie to lead 10-9. He is really fighting for a result after that earlier disaster today. Havoc is really starting to pull away from the pack here. A bit up a bit mid. The pressure is mounting as we head into the final stretch of this contest. A lightning fast trade to keep the pressure on. Mist is playing with so much speed right now, he's practically teleporting onto his targets. That was a lightning fast exchange, and now Havoc is just 1 win from closing this out. What a closeout! He secures the final point to seal the victory. Mist really gave him a run for his money today, but he just couldn't close the door when it mattered. He had to work for that. Lancer leads their historical head-to-head with over 900 wins in this matchup. But the recent trend has swung heavily towards Mist. It will be interesting to see if that old rivalry edge actually carries any weight today. Lancer is just seeing him today, taking that second round from the ramp with a really quick reaction. A real struggle for the favorite so far. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The higher rated player is finally starting to find an opening. And just like that, Mist levels it up at 2-2. Mist is definitely playing like the favorite right now. Lancer is putting on the brakes here, ensuring Mist can't build any real momentum. His recent form is certainly the more worrying part of this matchup. Lancer is dominating a huge 4-2 lead now. He's really fighting through a tough day overall. Mist, claws, Mist is definitely riding a wave of confidence from their recent meetings. Lancer has struggled significantly today with a dismal 11-24 record over the last day. It's impressive that he's still managing to maintain a lead here despite that slump. We'll see if he can actually close this out. Lancer extends the cushion to 6-4. A decent way to shake off that poor 20% run lately. It's becoming a real game of tennis out here, just trading rounds back and forth. He's clearly the more consistent player of the two lately. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's really holding his own despite Mist having a higher overall rating. It's a very balanced start for both players. Fresh start for both players. Mist keeps it close, trailing by only 1 now. He's definitely fighting back into the match. We are completely deadlocked at 7-all. Lancer needs to dig deep to close the gap against a higher rated opponent. Lancer keeps a tight grip on this series, using that height advantage on the ramp to secure another one. Lancer is showing a lot of grit despite being lower on the ladder. Lancer pulls ahead again, now leading 9-7. He's really playing the role of the spoiler right now. Mist narrows the gap, but Lancer holds a 9-8 edge. The higher seed is starting to exert his influence here. The tide is turning again. Mist has completely wiped out the lead and has all the momentum right now. A high pressure deadlock for both of them. Absolutely untouchable. That is another quick one for Mist as he keeps this roll going. A sharp response from Lancer to hold that momentum and bring everything back to a dead heat. Mist is really locking in, punishing Lancer for staying on the ramp that time. The gap in overall rating is starting to look more like a factor. He's simply too fast right now, putting the pressure firmly back on Lancer. Lancer is really starting to look rattled under this pressure. Lancer manages to secure another win from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. He's showing why he can still compete at this level. Incredible. He claims another round from the ramp to force this match into overtime. Pure chaos as we head into the extra rounds. Absolutely effortless. He's just tearing through the competition now, securing another point for the lead. He's proving that those head-to-head totals aren't just for show. Mist secures his advantage from the ramp to tie things up at 13-13. Absolute nerves of steel to keep things this close. Lancer just couldn't find a way off that ramp. And now Mist is putting a real stranglehold on this game. What a display of skill. Mist has completely seized control of this overtime battle. Just a complete reversal from how this overtime started. Lancer manages to clear him off the ramp to keep this fight alive. It's a massive test for the underdog to claw back like this. Unbelievable. Mist shuts the door with that final kill to claim the series. He really leaned into that top seeding to get it done. A gritty way to settle this overtime marathon. What a fight. Havoc has a massive head-to-head lead with over 600 total round wins against Lancer. That historic advantage is weighing heavy on this match, especially with Lancer struggling to keep up in the current server cycle. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that patterns today. Havoc is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is fighting a tough day with a 10 and 25 record. They've been trading rounds back and forth so far. Neither one can quite put the other away. The lower ranked man is refusing to back down here. Lancer claws back ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. Lancer is really making his presence felt today, despite that low ladder standing. Absolute chaos now. Havoc just leveled it at 3-3. The top half player is finally starting to assert his position. Havoc is starting to build some real momentum here after that clean kill from the ramp. Lancer's recent slump is showing in these high-pressure exchanges. A deadlock. We're all square at 4 apiece. Lancer is really fighting to prove he can handle this gap. Lancer edges ahead, holding a narrow 5-4 advantage. The lower seed is really proving his worth here. Another perfect burst from Lancer to extend his lead. It's starting to look like a repeat of their last meeting. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, extending that hot streak to 4 straight. It is really a complete reversal of the usual dynamic. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's really challenging the script here. This is a huge shift, considering Havoc typically wins over 70% of their head-to-head encounters. Time for a clean slate. He just completely shuts that down, proving he's far from out of this contest. This looks a lot closer than we expected before the match. He's completely flipped the script, erasing that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. This is exactly the kind of volatility we expected from this pairing. Lancer barely holds the edge at 8-7. He's really defying his usual results today. Lancer has only a 44% win rate on this map. It's just impressive to see him completely disregard that struggle while pushing Havoc onto the defensive. He's really making this look easy. Unbelievable. Both players were on the verge of collapse, but he claws back to stay in this a desperate scramble that nearly went the other way. He's showing some serious grit, erasing the deficit to bring the score level. Lancer maintains a slim 1-round cushion over Havoc. He's putting on a clinic despite that huge ranking gap. Lancer is really starting to put some distance between them as we hit the final stretch. Havoc secures the kill from the ramp, showing real grit in his effort to close this gap. It is a huge mental boost for the top seed right now. Havoc secures another tight exchange to pull the score level. He's finally looking like the heavy favorite we expected. What a scramble! He somehow pulls through that chaotic exchange to put himself 1 point away from victory. He is simply refusing to let the game slip away. What a way to force it. He just outplayed him to bring this series to a complete deadlock. His current form is a far cry from that rocky 20% run. That was an effortless finish. Havoc maintains his focus and takes a narrow 13-12 lead. That shifting confidence is clearly paying off for the top seed. Another effortless takedown as he continues this impressive surge. Everything about this performance aligns with his ranking. He is just untouchable right now, moving one step closer to closing this out. What a finish! He closes the door on this series with a perfect final shot. Lancer gave him a real run for his money, but he just couldn't stop that final surge in overtime. What a fight! Mist comes out swinging, quickly taking Havoc down while he was holding that ramp. Mist is really playing with a lot of aggression right now, just completely shutting down Havoc's early attempts. Havoc really owns the historical matchup with a win rate of 69%. It's clear he's the one with the psychological edge here. Mist is trying to make a statement early, but he's fighting against the tide of previous losses. Havoc is absolutely on fire, claiming his third straight point to take the lead. He's having a productive day so far with 26 wins. A swift response from Mist to even things up. This is a huge moment for the underdog to hold his ground. Mist claws back ahead, holding a slim 1-point lead. A surprisingly shaky start for the higher seed today. He's just outclassing his opponent right now, extending the lead to 5-3. The momentum has completely shifted, and that's 4 straight for Mist. A total reversal from their previous clash on Dunes. What a scrap! He barely edges out the win to keep this incredible run going. He's really making a point to erase that last defeat. Havoc manages to dig in and secure this one before they head into the break. He's certainly looking to reclaim that favorite status right now. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, everything about this matchup suggested Havoc would run away with it, but he is looking very vulnerable right now. We might be seeing a real shock here. Let's see how Havoc resets. Havoc is currently sitting on a strong 26-10 run over the last day. It's starting to feel like he is finally shaking off the sluggish start and finding his stride. We have to see if he can actually close the gap before Mist puts this out of reach. Havoc manages to take control from the ramp, putting a bit more pressure on Mist. He needs to find some consistency if he wants to pull this off. Absolute precision here as he deletes his opponent in a blink. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel a bit smaller. Mist is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. A nice contrast to how things ended when they played on Dunes. He walks away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. Total lockdown on that one. He didn't even let Mist blink. That was an absolute brawl, and Havoc manages to weather the storm to keep his charge going. The underdog is starting to feel the heat now. Mist is showing a lot of resilience, refusing to let Havoc build any real momentum here. He's really stepping up for his money today. He's just ruthless, shutting down that attempt from the ramp and moving to within 1 of victory. Mist is putting a complete wall up against the odds right now. What a fight. He was almost gone, but somehow survives the chaos to pull this one back. He just barely clung to life with that last sliver of health. What a finish. Mist closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. He really fought through the pressure to get the victory, especially with the history between these two. He had to fight for that. Lancer takes an early lead, securing the opening round from the ramp. Mist has a significant lead in rating compared to his opponent, which is why the pre-match outlook leaned heavily in his favor. It's clearly a surprising start considering Lancer has struggled throughout the last 24 hours. We'll see if Mist can recover. Lancer is just dominating, putting Mist in a deep hole. Lancer has historically held the edge in their head-to-head matchups. Speed of these exchanges is incredible. Lancer is just out-dueling him every single time. His current form hasn't shifted despite the hot start. Mist responds quickly, picking him right off the window to narrow the gap. A crucial reset for the favorite to stay in this. Unreal. He barely survives that scramble from the ramp to keep his momentum shifting. He's finally starting to look like the top-rated player in this pair. What a response! He just wipes Lancer off the ramp to bring this set level. The pressure is really starting to tell on the underdog. Pure dominance from the ramp as he secures another point, moving fully ahead now. He's just completely taken over this match, claiming another win from the ramp. Lancer is really struggling to keep up today. A swift exchange here to put Lancer back on the board. Lancer really needs this momentum to offset those losses from today. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Lancer is fighting way harder than his recent poor form suggested. Mist almost ran away with it after a 5-round tier, but he couldn't close out the half. A clean slate for both. Lancer edges back ahead, reclaiming a 1-point lead. That's a shaky start for someone sitting in the top 20. Another clean victory for Mist, and he's showing some serious grit to bring this match back to a dead heat. Lancer is just too quick, catching Mist completely off guard while he was trying to play the ramp. A completely effortless shot to keep things deadlocked at 8 apiece. Lancer pulls ahead again, holding a slim 9-8 lead. The lower ranked player is certainly making a case for himself today. He's completely neutralized the lead now, bringing everything back to a dead heat. The favorite is refusing to let this slide. Lancer is really putting the pressure on, cleaning him right off the ramp to tighten his grip on this set. Lancer is really starting to separate himself here, securing another victory while controlling the ramp. Absolutely brutal. He's simply refusing to let the favorite get back into this game. And there it is, he closes the door on this series with a final decisive burst. He really found his footing when it mattered most. Just a massive turn of events for someone who's been struggling all day. Havoc currently holds a massive historical advantage, having won 71% of their direct encounters. Looking at the rating gap between them, it seems like Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle today. We'll see if he can actually disrupt that trend. Lancer needs a big stand now, trailing 2-1. The rank 31 player just found an answer. Havoc is putting a lot of pressure on Lancer right now, making it very difficult to get any ground. He's certainly looking sharp coming off a 25 and 11 day. Havoc is just dominating, putting Lancer deep in a hole. The matchup just echoes their most recent clash on Orange. A clean response from Lancer, cutting right through his opponent to close the gap. That was a quick turn of events. Havoc has entered the day in fantastic form, sporting a 25-11 record over the last 24 hours. It's clearly paying off here as he manages to keep Lancer under pressure. I wonder if this early lead will be too much for the underdog to overcome. Havoc is just cruising now with a 6-3 lead. He's refusing to back down, picking up another clean win to keep the pressure on. He's starting to carve out some real breathing room. Lancer is on fire, securing another completely untouched victory to keep this rally going. Lancer is completely shifting the tide right now. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, this is a lot closer than anyone anticipated given the gap in the ratings. Lancer is proving to be much tougher than expected today. Fresh start for both players. Havoc regains a slender edge at 7-6. He's certainly got the upper hand in their long-term history. Havoc is pulling away, leading 8-6 now. The higher seeds really seem to be asserting themselves here. He's simply on another level right now, continuing a run that puts him way ahead. Lancer is showing some grit here, knocking his opponent off the box to keep the rally alive. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away easily. Havoc just extends a commanding 3-round lead. The higher seed is showing why he holds the advantage today. Lancer is just not finding an opening here. Those reaction times from Havoc are looking absolutely lethal. He's just completely took over the server, putting himself one step away from the victory. That's just absolute total control from the favorite. What a finish. Havoc seals the series with a huge closing round. He just completely shut the door on any chance of a comeback. Another clean result for the favorite on this map. Havoc has typically controlled this rivalry by winning nearly 70% of their meetings, but Mist is carrying some serious confidence after taking their most recent match together. Honestly, that head-to-head dominance might not be enough if Havoc can't find his footing early. What a fight. Havoc barely escapes that with his life to bring the score to 1-2. The higher seed is starting to assert some control here. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Havoc just clawed back. The top 15 seed is finally starting to show that gap. Mist takes the lead, putting Havoc on the defensive. He's proving that the gap in the rankings isn't a factor today. Havoc is playing a great game of cat and mouse, using that wine area to keep Mist guessing. A very precise showing from the higher rated player today. Mist is currently edging ahead, holding a narrow 4-3 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Havoc has a strong overall record in these bouts, coming in with a 25-11 tally today. But it's hard to lean on that when he's struggling to keep up with the momentum in this specific match. We're seeing a completely different story unfold right now. Absolutely untouchable right now, which is just a terrifying way to start his current run. He's completely took over the server, extending this run to 5 straight. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-3, and honestly, this is a shock given the ranking gap. He's putting on a show with that 6-round run to put the favorite in a deep hole. Havoc needs a total reset here. Mist is just dominating this, pushing his lead to 10-3. Mist looks completely comfortable in this series today. Havoc managed to secure a quick win from the wine, keeping things interesting for now. That's an impressive result considering the current gap on the ladder. Mist is just an absolute wall right now, putting Havoc in a really tough spot to recover. It's a complete reversal from how this match usually goes. A lightning fast reaction to put him on the verge of victory. Absolute precision on that last engagement. Huge stop there, denying that easy exit and keeping the dream alive. What a finish. Mist closes this out in style to take the series. He's really out there rewriting the history books today, as that's another huge victory over a player who usually owns this match up. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head record after over 1,800 matches together. It's an interesting dynamic because he's currently facing a much steeper uphill climb in the overall rankings. It'll be a battle of will to see if the underdog can keep the pressure on. Complete turnaround for the match, with Lancer now taking a commanding 3-round lead. The higher rating isn't providing any protection right now. And he's back in the game, showing some real grit to get his first round on the board. The favoritism usually means something eventually. Another rapid exchange, and he's really starting to claw his way back into this series. Lancer is still holding the line at 4-2. Still shaking off that loss to Havoc from earlier. He's refusing to go away, shutting this one down in a blink. Lancer just secures a really clean vertical advantage to pull further ahead. Mist is seeing a much tougher time today with that 1917 record. Lancer has converted a strong start into a 3-round cushion. It's especially impressive since Mist is coming in with a much higher overall rating. If the favorite can't find an answer soon, he's going to be in a real hole. Lancer is simply on fire, extending his streak to 4 before we head into the break. Tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. Lancer is comfortably ahead at 9-3. I mean, he's completely ignored his poor recent form to outclass the higher ranked player. Mist looks shell-shocked after letting a 5-round streak slip away. Lancer is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-3. The disparity in their recent daily forms is completely flipping. Lancer is really putting on the pressure now, and he looks just a few steps ahead of everything. A total role reversal compared to their usual rankings. He's taking full control now, putting himself in position to end this match right here. Incredible, he closes it out with a perfect burst to seal the deal. He just completely dismantled the favorite in a few minutes. Not the result anyone expected after looking at their rankings. Havoc has a staggering 71% win rate in their head-to-head history and is looking very confident after taking the first round. It's a massive mental advantage when one player historically owns the matchup like this. We'll see if Lancer can find any answers. Absolutely effortless. He's just refusing to let Lancer even get a shot off. He is just completely in control, taking a commanding lead into the 5th. Havoc secures the advantage from the ramp, extending his grip on this half. The gap in the rating is really starting to show. The momentum is purely one-sided as he cruises toward a flawless half. Lancer is really struggling to match that pace today. Lancer finally manages to respond, taking this one for himself. Havoc has a strong 24-12 record across all his games today. And you can really see that confidence spilling over into this particular duel. He's simply playing at a higher level than Lancer right now. I wonder if the gap can be closed. Havoc is towering over Lancer with a 7-3 lead. The gap on the ladder isn't making this a walk in the park. Lancer had a glimmer of hope there, but Havoc puts a stop to that quickly. Lancer's a steady player, but he's falling behind in this one. Havoc takes a 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite's playing exactly how we expected him to. He really used that 6-round streak to break Lancer's spirit early on. Lancer needs to wake up. Havoc's just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. That's the way he's typically looked in this particular matchup. Havoc's just dominating with a 10-4 lead. He certainly fought through tougher battles today. Lancer is putting up a fight now, finally finding some footing to push these rounds closer. Havoc manages to hold that ramp position and put a quick end to Lancer's little run. He's definitely proving to be the stronger man today. Another clean round for Havoc, and he's now just a single victory away from the win. The skill gap between them has been a recurring theme all day. Unbelievable. He claws through the damage to secure the victory and close out the series. A total shutout performance from the favorite today. He just looks way too comfortable on Mapas right now. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off today in a very close matchup. Lancer holds a slight advantage in their overall head-to-head record, winning about 51% of their encounters. It's a comforting cushion for the underdog, especially since Mist has typically been the one leaning on the momentum in their more recent meetings. Mist is firmly in control, leading 2-1. He looks like the more confident player right now. He barely survived that exchange. Mist scrapes by with a narrow victory to push the lead to 3-1. Lancer answers back quickly to keep this game close. He's looking to recapture that energy from his 13-3 victory over Mist. Mist is really dominating now, sitting pretty at 4-2. The rating gap is starting to show on the scoreboard. Mist has really shaken off the rust with an 18-16 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly using that confidence to erase the memory of that blowout loss they had just a while back. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to disrupt this flow before the gap becomes too wide. What a disaster for Lancer, as his momentum completely evaporates while Mist continues to roll. Unbelievable. He's just completely dismantled Lancer, taking a full 5-round skid into his favor. He's just impossible to stop right now, claiming another swift victory to close in on the break. Mist takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He has completely run away with this half. This is a way more one-sided start than anyone expected from these two. Lancer needs to find his rhythm fast. Absolute chaos in this exchange. Mist barely walks away from that fight with a sliver of health. He's playing like the higher rated seed today. Mist is just making this look easy, effectively erasing any hope of a comeback for Lancer. A total shutout as he continues to tear through the opposition, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Mist secures the final kill and closes out the series with a perfect finish. A total reversal of their last encounter as he just walked all over Lancer this time around. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Lancer are heading to Italy for this match, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Havoc enters this match with an overwhelming historical advantage, having won about 71% of their direct encounters. The gap in their skill rating is wide, and we are seeing that disparity translate into actual rounds early on. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can find any way to disrupt this pattern. Lancer has snatched the lead, making it 2-1. The gap in ranking isn't weighing on him at all. The momentum has completely shifted. We're back to a dead-even deadlock after those two quick exchanges. Havoc claws back to take a 3-2 lead. He's looking very comfortable after that dominating 13-5 performance in their last meeting. Absolutely flawless execution. He's completely taken over this match. The higher seed is firmly in control here. Good heavens, what a scrap. He barely walks away from that alive. Tough luck today for the lower rated side, but he's holding his own. What a fight! He clings to life with just a sliver of health to bring us back to a tie. Havoc manages to hold the line, keeping this series extremely tight. He is certainly playing like the top 15 talent right now. Havoc is putting on a real clinic today, capping off a highly productive run with a 22-12 record over the last day. That kind of form is really starting to punish Lancer, who has been struggling to keep pace throughout this block. It will be tough for the underdog to mount a comeback now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It's essentially business as usual. Despite Lancer's high map win rate, the higher rank is starting to show and he's comfortably in the driver's seat. Time to switch sides. Lancer secures the round from the wine, proving he's far from finished today. He's finally starting to put some pressure back on the top seat. A perfectly timed shot brings things level, and the comeback is officially on for Lancer. A complete shutdown. He is on fire right now and has officially reclaimed the lead. Simply unstoppable right now as he extends his run to 4 straight. Havoc answers back quickly, putting a halt to that onslaught. He needs to find some stability after a tough loss to Mist. Wow, they both almost went down. Lancer barely survives that chaotic exchange to hold a 2-round advantage. Lancer just can't seem to stay down. Lancer is showing incredible grit, putting together another strong win to put his opponent on the defensive. He's showing some real toughness, cutting into that deficit. Tough spot for a player who's fought so hard today. He's making a serious push now, shutting down the momentum with another lightning fast reflex play. Unbelievable. He's completely shifted the tide, tying this up with a 3rd straight win. Another rapid-fire victory for Havoc, and now he's just 1 round away from ending this. Lancer keeps his composure and forces the tie, sending this entire affair into overtime. He's finally broken through that mental barrier and claimed a massive victory. Talk about an incredible turnaround for the underdog. What a match. Mist is coming into this with a very strong 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. And that momentum is clearly carrying over from the blowout victory he just secured against Lancer in their previous meeting. Now we see if he can keep that pressure on throughout this set. Welcome to Redline. We've got Lancer taking on the favorite Mist in this opening duel. Let's see who wins. The head-to-head history favors Lancer, but the current vibe is different. Lancer's early lead has evaporated completely as the momentum shift continues. The higher rated man is simply taking control here. He's simply too fast for Lancer right now, making it a perfect 4. Lancer manages to answer back and hold that early surge. That should give Lancer some breathing room after the rocky start. Lancer secures another one from the ramp, showing plenty of grit to claw back into this. The tide is starting to turn in this set. Lancer has actually come out on top in over half of their career matchups. It's surprising to see him struggling this much, given that historical edge. He really needs to find a way to disrupt the tempo here. Mist is just too sharp, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's definitely playing like the higher rated man today. What a scrap. Lancer barely escapes with his life after that absolute brawl. Mist holds a commanding 7-3 lead. A solid performance from the 20th seed so far. The two just collided on the ramp, and Mist is proving far too strong in these head-on exchanges. Lancer's recent struggles are really starting to show today. Both of them stepped right into the fire on that ramp, but Lancer was just a hair faster to react. He's proving that the gap on the ladder isn't as wide as it looks. Mist takes a 9-4 lead into the break. The seed advantage is showing through. Clearly Lancer is fighting hard, but he hasn't managed to keep pace with the higher rated man so far. Let's see a new spark from Lancer. Lancer is trailing by 4 as we enter round 13. Lancer really needs a strong run to close out this half. Lancer is starting to find an answer, holding that ramp high to secure another quick point. Lancer is starting to carve out some real momentum here. He is on fire. That is 3 straight for Lancer as he keeps this surge going. The underdog is finally making his move after a tough start. Mist quickly puts an end to that rally with a clean shot. He is putting a lot of pressure on the 30th rank here. Lancer had his chance to push this back, but Mist is just too consistent with his timing right now. That's a lot of pressure on the 30th rank to shake things up. He's putting on a clinic to close this out, needing only a single more round for the victory. And that's it. A completely clean finish to close out this series for Mist. Lancer quickly resets the pace here with a totally unscathed victory. He's managed to keep his composure despite the pressure. Absolute perfection to seal it. Mist closes the door with a stunning final shot. He's really starting to get the better of Lancer lately, proving that he's the one to beat right now. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Havoc holds a massive historical advantage, winning over 70% of their past head-to-head encounters. He's certainly the better rated player on the ladder, so it's surprising to see him start the match on the back foot. Lancer has really found his rhythm, leading by 1. He's looking a bit more like the favorite now. Lancer is looking incredibly sharp right now, just continuing to pile on the pressure. Havoc is struggling as Lancer dominates with a 4-1 lead. He's having a much rougher 24 hours with a 12 and 23 record. Another clean take as Lancer plucks him right off the ramp. It's looking like a complete reversal of their usual series dynamics. Havoc finally finds his footing and secures a fast response. Lancer has really managed to flip the script today, especially considering their last meeting went all the way to overtime. Well, he's proving that those past results can be ignored when he's fighting this hard. Lancer is just cruising now with a 7-2 lead. Lancer has a lot of confidence after that grueling 12-12 fight they just had. Total shutdown as he secures another one, completely halting the momentum of his opponent. A complete nightmare for the higher seed today. He manages to scramble back another point just before the teams switch sides. Lancer holds a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, the underdog is just taking over. Havoc is clearly struggling to keep up with the pace of this set. Let's see if Havoc can dig deep. Lancer's just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. He's really capitalizing on this momentum after that close series on Italy. Lancer is simply too quick, picking Havoc right off the Tetris. It is a complete reversal from that 13-5 blowout on Mapas. He's fighting back, but he's still got a mountain to climb from here. A quick flash of brilliance to get a point back. He's just 1 away now, looking completely untouchable in this series. Pure chaos, seeing the designated favorite struggle this much. He manages to secure another round for himself, temporarily delaying the inevitable. It's been a real struggle for the higher seed today. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Lancer holds on by a thread to close out the map. Lancer has completely rewritten the history books with that performance, proving he can hang with the upper echelon today. Welcome everyone to Orange. Havoc is the heavy favorite today, but Mist is looking for a big upset. Havoc has an overwhelming history in this matchup, winning 68% of their total meetings, and honestly, he usually has a strong psychological edge over Mist. It'll be interesting to see if the early lead allows him to keep that pressure high throughout the map. Mist needs to answer back now, trailing by 1. Both players are fighting through some rough recent form today. Mist is holding his own, taking a clean shot at Havoc on the ramp to keep things dead even. It's surprising how comfortable he looks in this set. Mist is just one step ahead at 3-all. He's really capitalizing on that hot 70% run in his last 10. We've hit a total deadlock with Havoc and Mist tied. That was a rapid response, almost like a switch flipped. Havoc is starting to stack up these rounds quickly, making it a tough hill to climb for Mist. They're locked in a stalemate at 4 apiece. Hard to believe the underdog is this consistent today. Mist is grinding out a narrow lead right now. He's fighting back strong after a tough series of losses to Lancer. The momentum is shifting back and forth, and these two just can't seem to pull away from each other. He's fighting a tough slump after those back-to-back losses to Lancer. Havoc just reclaimed a slim advantage, leading 6-5. The latter favorite is definitely starting to assert himself. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what we expected him to do. He's firmly in the driver's seat though. Mist is keeping the score respectable for now. Fresh start for both players now. Havoc has put together a strong 4-round stretch to secure an 8-5 lead, and it's clear the top 15 ranking is starting to play a role. Now the pressure is squarely on Mist to prove he can still compete at this level. Another rapid response for Mist, who is refusing to back down today. He's putting up a massive fight right now. Havoc pushes back with a 2-round cushion now. He's proving why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. Havoc is really pulling away with a 3-round gap. The 14th seed is really finding his focus now. Unreal. He scrapes through with a sliver of health after a brutal exchange to keep this fight alive. That was a nail-biter, barely any health left for the winner. Havoc's control over this match is becoming very apparent as he pulls further away. The gap in the standings is starting to look very real. What an absolute slugfest. Mist barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep his hopes alive. The nerves have to be getting to him after that near-death experience. Pure chaos there, but Havoc claws his way out of that disaster to put himself just a single round away from victory. Absolute perfection from Havoc to close out the series with a spotless final round. Mist really put up a fight, but he just couldn't find that final gear to shut things down. Havoc ends up taking the win here. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off today with the favorite looking to keep their momentum going. Lancer holds the overall edge in their long history together. And honestly, it's surprising to see how far the tide has turned recently, given that head-to-head record. Mist has been taking most of the recent battles between these two. He'll need to keep this pressure high. Just a complete shutout. That's a free game run for the leading player. He's simply too fast for him right now, putting an absolute stranglehold on the early game. The higher seed is really capitalizing on this opening stretch. Unbelievable. Lancer digs deep to claw back around in a frantic scramble. He's refusing to go quiet, taking another one to keep this fight alive. He's definitely making the favorite sweat for every single point. Mist has a 70% win rate in his last 10 appearances. It's an incredible pace that's making this match feel very one-sided. He is definitely proving why he's ranked higher on the ladder right now. Mist is comfortably in the driver's seat at 6-3. He's leaning on a solid 19 wins from his matches today. The gap is widening here. Lancer is really having to fight an uphill battle at this point. It's a rough stretch for the number 29 seed. He's back on a tear, reclaiming total control of the match. Mist takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing like a man possessed right now. He's completely crushed the early part of this match and looks far too strong for Lancer to handle. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Mist is towering over Lancer with a 10-3 lead. The higher seed is simply too clinical today. These rounds are ending almost instantly. Mist is just outdueling him every single time right now. Lancer finally puts a halt to that run and manages to get a round back. The underdog is certainly showing some fight now. Lancer is finally putting up a resistance, turning this into a real fight. He is on a roll now, picking up another effortless point to keep the surge going. A quick response from Mist to shut that momentum down and put himself one step closer to victory. Lancer produces a perfect reaction here to keep his hopes alive. It's a tough mountain to climb against a player in this kind of form. What a way to close it! A lightning fast snap to finish the match and seal the victory. He really just owns this matchup lately, completely dismissing Lancer's lifelong edge to stay on top of the leader. Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Mapas today. The favorite here is looking for a strong start. Unreal. He almost goes down, but barely scrapes through that brutal exchange to take the opening round. What a fight. He barely survives a chaotic trade to double his lead. The higher rating is clearly showing his class here. He's simply too fast right now, completing the early sweep with a dominant 3-0 lead. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely shut the door on Lancer to move to 4-0. Lancer answers back quickly, picking him off the ramp to stop the bleeding. That was a slugfest. Lancer refuses to buckle, clawing back another round after a grueling trade. Lancer is proving that the pre-match predictions weren't everything. Havoc has a massive historical lead over Lancer with a 71% win rate in their head-to-heads, but Lancer has the psychological edge after winning their most recent encounter. He'll be hoping to regain that confidence to bridge the gap today. Havoc is firmly back in control at 6-3. He really needs a strong showing after that 11-24 day. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer pulls through the carnage to keep this rally going. He's really digging in his heels to close this gap. Havoc maintains a comfortable cushion, leading 7-4. He's looking much sharper than he did in his last few series. We head into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. Well, he's generally performing as the top-seeded player should, but he hasn't completely broken Lancer's spirit yet. Let's see if Lancer finds his rhythm. Lancer keeps the pressure on from the ramp, continuing this gritty climb back into the series. He's putting in some serious work to flip the script today. Havoc has a stronger 21-13 record in the last day, and you can really see that confidence reflecting in his movement right now. It feels like he's finally shaking off the nerves from his previous clashes with Lancer to reclaim control of the tempo. He's on fire right now, putting together a 3-round stretch to move comfortably ahead. The gap in rating between these two is starting to surface. A sharp response from Lancer, putting an end to that momentum swing. Lancer is showing that the rating gap can be ignored tonight. The pace is just blistering lately. These two are practically trading blows in a heartbeat. He's looking to clear out that number 13 rank by closing this early. Lancer is refusing to let these games slip away, stubbornly chipping away at the lead. Lancer is fighting a tough battle against that 13 ranking. Lancer keeps his composure in a prolonged stare down, shutting the door on that momentum shift. A really clean sequence of kills to tie up the rhythm. Lancer manages to brush him off the ramp, extending the run to 3 straight. Pure dominance from Lancer in the last few exchanges. Havoc puts a stop to that run, picking his opponent right off the ramp. That was a much needed clean break for the leader. Lancer is refusing to quit, stepping up big to keep this series alive. The tension is through the roof with just a single round separating them. Unbelievable. Lancer has forced a stalemate, bringing this an absolute deadlock at 12-12. He's officially completely shifted the tide in this rivalry. That overtime victory is just massive for the underdog. Truly a legendary effort. Welcome everyone. We have a great match on Fast Aim today as Havoc takes on Mist. Havoc has held a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over 68% of their encounters. He's historically just known how to get the better of Mist. It makes total sense that he came out of the gate strong here. Mist is really putting on the pressure here, shutting down Havoc's push from the ramp. The underdog is certainly looking confident right now. We've got a deadlock here. Havoc and Mist tied up. Both of these guys are firmly planted in the upper half of our rating. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange, clinging to a single point of health. Complete control from the favorite, who looks simply untouchable right now. The favorite is really asserting his presence in this set. The momentum has shifted completely as he just cruised to his 4th straight win. The top 20 clash is really heating up. He's not going down easily, clawing another round back to keep this contest alive. A quick response there to steady the ship. Another clean victory for the challenger, picking him off from the ramp to narrow the gap. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Whoa. Mist barely scrapes by that exchange to pull even, keeping his huge momentum rolling. He's just completely locked in right now. Havoc finds his footing again, reclaiming the lead as we head toward the break. That was a crisp return to form for the leader. We're all square at 6-6 as we head into the break. Well, Havoc was expected to carry this match, but Mist has stayed right with him. Both players are really fighting for every single point. Time to swap and reset. Showing a lot of heart, quickly picking the opponent off the ramp to regain the lead. Mist is playing with an incredible amount of poise tonight. He secures another round from the ramp, continuing his climb back into the lead. Absolutely ruthless with those peak timings. Havoc manages to find a way back in, clearing that ramp from the wine box to tighten the score. A narrow gap in the ranking separates these two today. Back to a dead heat at 8 apiece. The higher ranked player is definitely starting to exert his will. Mist is showing some real grit here, pulling him off the ramp to regain the advantage. He's proving that he belongs in the top flight today. Absolute carnage in this exchange, and Havoc just barely survives the fight. He's truly grinding out this series to stay ahead in their lifelong rivalry. Mist is refusing to buckle, picking him right off the wine box to hold the lead. The underdog is really making a case for himself in this set. Havoc just takes control of the map again, reading Mist's position perfectly from those flanks. Looking at the rankings, both are comfortably in the upper half today. Havoc is really starting to stack up the wins here, putting an incredible amount of pressure on Mist. What a turnaround! Mist has clawed his way back to a dead even score. It's anyone's game heading into the final stretch. He manages to edge out the fight, putting him in a prime position to close this out. That was a remarkably fast way to seize the momentum. Absolutely unreal! He survives a prolonged scramble to force a tie, sending this whole match into overtime. Absolute chaos. This series just refuses to end. He just refused to let that lead slip away in overtime. To take down someone he's historically struggled with, this much is just huge hard-fought win. Welcome to the arena. We have Lancer taking on Mist in a battle where the favorite looks to keep their momentum. Lancer has managed to maintain a slim lead over his opponent across nearly 2,000 career matchups. It's interesting because Mist has actually taken the upper hand in their most recent encounters. Lancer will need to stay sharp if he wants to push that historical edge even further. Mist is staring down a strong lead at 2-1. The higher rated competitor is definitely making his presence felt early. Lancer is really quick to react here, bringing it all back to even after dragging Mist off that boost. Both players are historically very similar on this specific map. Mist holds a narrow edge at 3-2. Expectations are being met as he continues to dictate the pace. Mist is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. The match they played just earlier today really set the tone. An absolute shutout for him as he extends that streak to 3 straight. The disparity in their current forms is really showing. What a scrap! Mist barely scrapes through that trade, but the momentum is firmly on his side. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-7 win on Italy. He's just on another level right now, putting up 5 straight for a commanding lead. The skill gap between the two is starting to look significant. He is just unstoppable, securing 6 in a row. He really seems to have Lancer's number right now. Lancer manages to put a halt to that run as he cleans up this round. He's certainly trying to close the gap between the ratings. Mist goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage, and honestly he is completely justifying that favorite status. Lancer is struggling to find any answers after that 6-round run. Lancer needs a huge spark here. Mist has a significantly stronger run of form today with a 19-14 record over the last day. That high level of consistency is exactly why he's been able to dismantle Lancer in this series. It's becoming a huge climb for Lancer to get back into this. That was almost instantaneous. Mist is just reacting way too fast for Lancer right now. Mist is just a few steps away from closing this out despite Lancer fighting back. Lancer is clearly leaning on that historical head-to-head lead. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let the game slip away entirely. A high-speed sequence from him to keep this fight alive. A spotless finish there, putting Mist just 1 victory away from the match. The gap in their current form is just too wide. Lancer manages to dig deep and secure another one, keeping his hopes alive for just a bit longer. He's refusing to just let this game end quietly. Unreal. He survives by a hair to seal the victory in a brutal slugfest. He's just looking way too comfortable against Lancer right now, and that's another one for the books. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Havoc and Lancer stepping up for this duel to see who comes out on top. Havoc enters this as the heavy favorite, boasting a 71% career win rate against this opponent. It's a massive historical advantage that usually translates into a lot of confidence. Let's see if Lancer can actually shake that head-to-head weight and mount a comeback. Lancer is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. He's just completely untouchable right now, taking another effortless round to move ahead. Havoc answers back immediately, securing a fast kill to close the gap. We're all squared up now at 3 apiece. He's really leaning on that ladder advantage right now. Lancer is holding that high ground well, staying just 1 step ahead in this series. Lancer just stepped up and seized control of the server. Lancer is putting on a real statement today, especially since his overall win rate sits at just 46%. It's actually quite rare to see him this aggressive and clinical in a series now. He just needs to keep this pressure up before the momentum shifts. Lancer keeps cruising along with a commanding 6-4 lead. The lower seed is really putting on a show right now. They're essentially trading blows now. It's getting really hard to tell who has the edge in this battle. We're all tied up at 6 apiece going into the break. I mean, it's a very balanced start to this game. Havoc has the higher rating, but Lancer is proving he can hold his own on this map. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer barely hangs on to a thin 1-round lead. That was an incredibly sharp exchange. Lancer still got a decent cushion at 8-6. The gap between these two isn't showing up on the scoreboard. He's just completely overpowering Havoc now, extending that run to 3 straight wins. It's a complete flip from the usual pattern we see here. Just a pure exhibition of speed, putting the score at 10 for the leader. He's clearly shaken by that last defeat on Mapas. A fast reaction here to put a halt to that run. His recent form over the last 10 matches is still a bit shaky. Lancer is putting together a really strong run here, and he's just 2 rounds away from closing this out. The rank 29 player is just refusing to back down today. The momentum is shifting back and forth, and Lancer is starting to lose that grip on the lead. He's certainly looking for some redemption after that tough loss on Mapas. A lightning fast reaction there to bring Lancer to the verge of victory. What a series. Lancer shuts the door on this map with a perfect final burst. To walk away with another victory against a player who usually dominates him. Man, he's really finding his confidence today. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off today to see who can take the win. Havoc has completely been the dominant force in this rivalry, holding a 68% head-to-head win rate. It's not surprising to see him coming out on top early given that history. Let's see if Mist can find any answers to that pressure. We're gonna take a very quick timeout, but stay tuned for more action on Red Line. And we are back live on Red Line with things deadlocked at 1-all between Havoc and Mist. Havoc is really putting on a show here, putting a lot of pressure on Mist early on. Wow, what a frantic exchange. He barely clings to life to secure the round. He's definitely looking for an edge after that hard loss to Lancer. Havoc's just running away with this, leading 4-2. He really seems to have the psychological edge in this series. Mist refuses to fold, cutting it to 4-3. His recent 60% form is definitely starting to show. Mist is really starting to take control here, quickly turning the tide in this series. Slightly lower on the ladder, but certainly playing like he belongs. He holds the ramp and secures his third straight victory. He's keeping the pressure high after that dominant 13-7 over Lancer. Havoc cleans things up from the ramp to bring the score back to a level 5-5. Mist manages to catch Havoc out on the ramp to reclaim that one-round advantage. The Nanbi's 19th spot in our rating is making a real statement today. Havoc has an impressive 21-13 record over the last day. But it's the struggle he's having here against Mist that really stands out. The gap in their ratings is almost non-existent, so this feels like a genuine toss-up right now. Mist takes a lead of 8-5 going into the break. Well, he's completely defying the odds here. We expected a one-sided affair based on their history, but Mist is simply outperforming Havoc right now. Mist looks completely untouchable right now, securing another one from the ramp to push his lead even further. Hard to believe how firmly the favorite is struggling here. Mist is just cruising along with a huge 10-5 lead. He is really shaking off that recent 12-12 loss to the favorite. Both players were fighting for the same high ground there, but Havoc managed to outreact him. He's fighting to keep this within striking distance. Mist reads the play perfectly and catches Havoc right as he steps up the ramp. The pressure is really mounting for the top-seeded player here. Mist puts a stop to the comeback and denies him from the boxes, moving to match point. A quick shutdown to shut the door on that rally. Absolutely unbelievable. Mist shuts the door and secures the match victory right here. Havoc gets the better of him in a quick trade to get back on the board. He's definitely fighting for a tough stretch of matches today. Havoc is certainly finding some momentum now, but Mist still holds a healthy cushion to work with. He's just on fire right now, picking up another easy frag to extend this run. What a finish. Mist manages to survive that frantic exchange to secure the victory. He's finally turned the tide in this long-standing rivalry, proving that those historical stats don't mean a thing once the match starts. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Mappas, with Mist entering this battle as the favorite. Lancer holds a narrow lifetime advantage in their head-to-head meetings. It is interesting to see that lead manifesting early, since Mist is usually the much more consistent player. I wonder if we are seeing a shift in their long-term dynamic today. Lancer is really cooking right now, leading 2-1. He's putting that recent loss on this map behind him. It's been a back and forth affair so far, and we've got ourselves a dead heat. The number 18 rated player is definitely starting to show that gap. Lancer has just completely shut him down from the ramp, securing another fast win. Lancer is just dominating, sitting pretty with a 4-2 lead. Lancer seems to be shaking off that 13-7 loss from earlier. Mist claws back, leaving Lancer just one step ahead. A solid response from the higher rated player here. Lancer has put in an incredible 11-24 effort across his matches today, so yeah, he's definitely fighting an uphill battle with his overall form right now. If he can maintain this cushion, he might actually pull off a massive upset. That was an intense trade, but he comes out on top to push the lead to 7-3. He's really making a statement against the favorite right now. He's just not slowing down, and he carries this huge momentum right into the break. Lancer is proving he can handle this specific pairing. Lancer takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. He is completely flipping the script after being the underdog coming into this. The lower ranked player looks far more confident than expected right now. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. Mist is definitely feeling the pressure of those early losses. Mist finally answers back to make it a 9-5 race. He's definitely finding his feet after that 2014 run today. Lancer is really putting a stranglehold on this one, looking completely composed right now. Lancer seems to have the read on him today. Unbelievable. Both of them were practically out of health, but he barely clings to life to take the round. Absolutely ice in his veins to secure that win. And a total shutout. He stays completely healthy to bring himself to the edge of victory. What a way to close it out! Lancer secures the victory with total authority. He's really showing that the rank gap doesn't mean much on Mappas today. Truly impressive effort by the underdog. Welcome back to Orange. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off to see who can claim the top spot today. Havoc holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 71% of their meetings. It's a jarring contrast to the recent result where Lancer came out on top. Lancer is clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Unreal, both of them were nearly dead, but he scrapes through by a hair. He's certainly fighting through the fatigue of those recent losses. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. The higher rated player is finally stepping up. What a reversal of fortune. He's simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the match. Lancer is really feeling that poor 11-24 run from today. Lancer manages to shut things down, bringing the score back to an even split. It's quite a battle for a player currently sitting at rank 28. Havoc just edges ahead, now leading by a single round. He's looking to shake off those 2 recent losses quickly. Havoc has a positive 21-13 record over the last day. Well, that momentum is definitely translating into his current gameplay. He's finally starting to pull away from his opponent here. Havoc keeps the momentum, holding a narrow 5-4 lead. He's still absorbing a tough 2-loss run lately. Havoc is starting to distance himself with a 6-4 lead. He's managing to bounce back after those 2 disappointing losses yesterday. We've got a real seesaw battle on our hands. Neither player is able to string together a serious lead. We are deadlocked at 6-all. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as we expected, with the higher rank barely holding his ground. It would be interesting to see if Havoc can actually break this stalemate after the switch. Time to see who wants it more. Havoc barely pulls ahead again, taking a 7-6 lead. A bit of redemption after losing that a few hours ago. Havoc is pulling away further, now leading by 2. He's definitely asserting his dominance as the top seed in this pair. Lancer is refusing to go away, keeping this series incredibly tight. That was an incredibly fast exchange to bring the game right back. And we are back to square one at 8 each. Lancer is really finding a way to trade blows here. He is completely on fire right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. The lower seeded player is really making a statement here. Havoc answers back, bringing the score completely level. Neither of them has truly found a definitive edge. Havoc claws back to a 10-9 lead. He's certainly playing with an edge today. Complete shutdown by the favorite, who now carries a 3-round burst of his own. He looks a lot more composed than he did in that loss to Mist. An absolute shutout to reach match point, making it 4 straight for the favorite. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, and Havoc barely walks away with it to close out the match. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it's an impressive recovery from how things started. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Havoc and Mist are ready to go, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Havoc has completely owned this rivalry with 374 all-time wins over Mist, but the historical gap doesn't seem to matter today. Mist is currently playing with a lot more confidence after winning their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can find a way to shut that down. Mist just clears out the Tetris, taking a commanding 3-round lead. This is looking like a repeat of that 39 result from earlier. Havoc manages to answer back, catching his opponent from the ramp to cut the lead to 2. He needs to find a gear if he wants to live up to the hype. He's showing a lot of grit, using that height on the Tetris to close the gap. The early lead for Mist isn't shaking his confidence much. Unreal, Havoc just wiped out his opponent from the Tetris to level the series. The favorite is finally starting to flex those muscles. Absolutely relentless. He's just taken total control of this match. It's starting to look like a one-sided affair. And we're all squared up again, with a swift out-duel to tie things at 4-4. Mist is really starting to build some momentum here, holding the high ground for another quick win. A hard-fought scramble there, but he manages to pull things even at 5-5. It's essentially a coin toss now after that chaotic start. What a messy exchange, but Havoc comes out on top to take the lead. That was an incredibly fast transition to put him in the driver's seat. We're all set at 6 apiece. I mean, Havoc is definitely showing why he entered as the favorite, but Mist is refusing to cave. He's matching him shot for shot on this map. Time to see who blinks first. Mist takes a narrow lead, edging ahead 7-6. He's certainly playing with his best form of the tournament. Incredible. He barely clings to life after that slugfest to bring us level at 7-7. That was a nail-biter, barely enough health to survive. He's refusing to back down, securing his second straight win to take a slim lead. He's simply outclassing him right now, picking Mist right off the box for another win. He's simply unstoppable right now, adding a 4th straight win to his tally. He's playing like the top-seeded player he is. Mist shuts him down on the Tetris to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting hard to prove he belongs in the top bracket. He's really digging in here, continuing this surge to bring the score within 1. Just a blistering quickfire sequence to get back in this. Havoc just pulls another one back, dragging Mist off the Tetris to secure the 11-9 lead. The momentum swings back in his favor just in time. Another huge win for Havoc, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. He's making a very strong case for the top seed positioning. Absolutely stunning. Havoc finishes him off without taking a single point of damage to secure the victory. He really held his nerve when it counted. Mist put up a great fight, but he just couldn't close the door on the favorite. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Mist are facing off on fast aim, with Mist entering the match as the favorite. Lancer holds a slim lifetime lead in their head-to-head encounters, winning 969 of their matches together. It is interesting to see that dominance continue today, especially after the way Lancer dismantled him in their most recent meeting. He seems to have the psychological edge here. Lancer is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. His higher rating on the ladder is starting to show. Mist has completely flipped the script and is now putting the pressure back on Lancer. It feels like a fresh start for both of them now. He's just not letting up, extending that streak to 3 straight. The higher seeded player is really asserting his will right now. He's simply not stopping, taking his 4th straight to put a serious dent in Lancer's confidence. He's simply unstoppable. Picking Lancer off the ramp to claim 5 in a row. The gap in their current ladder standings is starting to show total control from the favorite, who is now just a few rounds away from a landslide victory. The rating gap is becoming a major factor in this set. He's just completely overwhelming his opponent, picking Lancer right off the window for another win. Lancer puts a stop to the run by catching Mist on the ramp. He's fighting hard to climb out of that deficit. Mist has been putting up a strong showing today, which matches his superior performance history on this map. Well, he's comfortably winning over half of his games in this particular setting, and that's really giving him the confidence to dictate the pace here. Mist takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's really leaning into that map advantage today. Lancer is struggling to keep up with the pace after that 7-round streak. Mist is absolutely on fire, taking that round from the ramp to push his lead even further. He's definitely making up for that tough loss earlier. Unbelievable, that was a complete slugfest, and Mist barely survives the encounter with just 2 hit points left. Absolutely heart-stopping finish to that one. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, quickly picking Mist off the ramp to keep the dream alive. Lancer really knows how to play the long game in these sets. Lancer is picking up speed, putting together a quick couple of rounds to narrow the distance. Huge read as he shuts down the ramp, moving to 12 rounds. The favorite is quickly reclaiming control of the server. Lancer secures another win, forcing the favorite to dig a bit deeper for that final point. Lancer is really digging in to prove himself today. Lancer just wiped the floor with him, refusing to let the map end that easily. Lancer is simply on a tear, stumbling right into a 3rd straight victory with a lightning-fast shot. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another clean win to keep the momentum shifting. What a way to close it out. Mist secures the final round to take the series. He really had to claw back after that late surge from Lancer, but the composure was there when it mattered. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we have Havoc taking on Lancer today on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Havoc historically dominates this pairing, having won 71% of their career encounters. It means Lancer is fighting an uphill battle despite that early lead. We'll see if the higher seed can actually close the gap. Havoc has seized control, leading 2-1. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after that rough run of games today. He's completely taking over now, making this a 3-game streak. The higher seed is definitely playing like the favorite here. Lancer answers back from the box to keep things close. He's definitely trying to shake off that rough start to the set. Havoc secures the height advantage and takes a commanding lead. Lancer is currently fighting an uphill battle on the ladder. Lancer is hanging tough, trailing by just a single point. He is really fighting to erase that previous loss from their last meeting. Lancer has fought back and we are all square. He's showing plenty of confidence despite that 29th rank on the ladder. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's completely owning this stretch of the match. He's looking sharp after that earlier loss on Blame Orange. That was a frantic exchange, but he manages to close the gap and secure another round. It's becoming a complete reversal of their last meeting. Incredible. He survives the trade with a sliver of health to keep his hot streak alive. Absolutely terrifying precision from him in those exchanges. We go into the break with Lancer ahead 7-5. I mean, the ranking suggested a different outcome, but the underdog is genuinely in the driver's seat right now. He's putting a serious dent in Havoc's confidence. Let's see if Havoc can pivot. Gets back into the game with a quick, clean shot. The momentum shift is undeniable now. He's simply too fast right now, leveling the score and refusing to back down. The pace of these exchanges is just lightning fast. He's just completely shifted the tide of this match, taking a narrow lead in the total count. It's looking more and more like a total whitewash after that start. Simply incredible. He continues to steamroll through this side of the map. Lancer's early lead has completely evaporated at this point. He is completely in control now, securing 5 straight to firmly grab the lead. It's a nightmarish sequence for Lancer after that dream start. He's absolutely on fire, adding another to a staggering 6-round run. The higher rank is finally asserting that dominance. That is a crushing 7-round streak, and he is now just one more away from the victory. Lancer manages to put a stop to the collapse with a clean shot. What a battle! He barely edges out that exchange to secure his 2nd straight round. A pair of clutch plays here keeps the match wide open. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, picking up another quick point to keep his hopes alive. And that's it. Havoc closes out the series with a flawless final kill to complete a stunning recovery. Lancer really put the pressure on him, but the higher seed just had too much power. He had to sweat that one. What a fight! Welcome to Red Line. We have Havoc and Mist facing off today, with the favorite looking to stay dominant. Havoc has completely controlled this rivalry, winning over 60% of their encounters. It's a huge head-to-head advantage that seems to be weighing on Mist. We'll see if that psychological edge continues to play a role as we move forward. Havoc is really putting the pressure on early, and he did it comfortably from the ramp this time. Mist hasn't been able to find a foothold in his recent outings today. Havoc is cruising along with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's carrying a lot of confidence after taking down Lancer earlier today. He just secures another from the ramp, putting him firmly in control here. Mist has really struggled to hold his own in this pair's long history. The momentum is completely shifted now as he cleans up his opponent to take a 5-1 lead. Everything is just falling into place for him today. Mist answers back with a clean burst to get a round on the board. A crucial point for the 20-ranked competitor to stay in this. Havoc just can't be shaken from that ramp position, quickly regaining the lead. The number 13 seed is just outclassing him today. Mist manages to clear out the ramp and secure another one for himself. He's managed a decent 9 in 15 run over the last 24 hours. He is showing a lot of grit here, securing another victory to stay within striking distance. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp with a 22-12 record over the last day. It's providing a real springboard for him to push this lead further. Now he just needs to maintain this focus to secure a comfortable win. We head into the break with Havoc leading 8-4. I mean, this is exactly how the analysts predicted the match would unfold. Mist needs to tighten up his defense if he wants any chance of a comeback. Let's see some fresh energy here. Mist is refusing to just fade away, coming right back to shut down that ramp approach. Really quick response to take that round. Havoc keeps the pace, extending his lead to 95. The favorite is just consistently tighter in these exchanges. Havoc hits 10 and is nearly untouchable right now. Just a lightning fast sequence to secure another. He shuts down that comeback attempt from the ramp, grabbing 3 in a row. Just another dominant showing from the higher rated player today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that fight with only 8 health to put himself on match point. He's really playing with fire tonight, pulling off these narrow escapes. And that's it. He closes out the series with an absolute powerhouse performance. He's just completely owning this matchup. Mist put up a fight, but he couldn't bridge that skill gap today. Welcome to the show, everyone. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Orange, with Mist entering as the favorite today. Lancer is a seasoned veteran with over 7,000 matches under his belt, but his recent results have been tough and he's currently trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. It will be interesting to see if he can find some stability early on. Both players were trading heavy shots, but Mist manages to outlast him to take a commanding 3-0 lead. He's looking very sharp after that 13-9 result in their last meeting. Lancer answers back with a flawless shot, proving he's not going down without a fight. Lancer looks far more confident now. He's really putting on the pressure now, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. Mist holds a 2-round lead as we start round 6. A steady start for the higher seeded player here. He trades out the damage and secures another round, continuing his push to bridge the gap. Lancer is refusing to let this slide away. Lancer actually leads the lifetime head-to-head with 969 wins over Mist. Well, it's just that the current trend is shifting heavily in the opposite direction. If Mist keeps this momentum, he'll likely erase that career lead by the end of the day. Mist keeps a 2-round cushion heading into the 10th. Both of these guys have had a bit of a rough run against Havoc today. A sharp response from Lancer, keeping the pressure high just before we hit the mid-game break. A clean finish to keep things tight before that mid-game reset. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's playing exactly to his seeding right now. Lancer is staying in the fight, but he needs to tighten up his defense to close this gap. Time for the side swap. That was a total shutout. He's really digging in to close this gap. It's a bit of a toss-up now with that lead slipping. He completely shuts down the momentum, bringing the series level at 7 apiece. The underdog is completely flipping the script now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and somehow Mist emerges with practically nothing left in the tank. Unreal, he actually survives that on a sliver of health. Mist holds the upper hand now, leading it 9-7. His superior ladder position is becoming apparent here. Lancer is proving extremely tough to put away, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. What a fight. He claws back the lead to tie this series up, barely surviving with a handful of health. The momentum has completely shifted back in Lancer's favor. Another effortless win for the underdog, who now holds a slim lead after this heater. The seed gap is barely visible right now. He is just unstoppable right now, putting 4 straight behind his name. He's making a strong case for an upset here. Just taking over this match. Lancer earns a 5th straight round and moves to match point. Mist has completely lost his grip on this server. Absolute madness! Lancer closes out the match in a frantic firefight to secure the victory. He's finally found his footing after a brutal slide to start the day. Just a huge shake-up for the brackets. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Havoc enters this match with an incredible 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence coming off that recent victory against Lancer. It will be interesting to see if the underdog can find any way to break that cycle today. He just can't be stopped right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. The ranking difference is really starting to play a role. Lancer answers back with a sharp flick to keep this game within reach. He is definitely not letting the favorite walk away with this one. Havoc is dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on that ranking advantage today. Another clean takedown as the resilience from Lancer continues to show. That was a light and quick exchange to close it out. Unbelievable, he almost goes down, but claws out the win in a total scrap. Havoc has a substantial lead with a 22-11 record over the last day. He's in great form right now, and it's clear that confidence is translating into an effortless pace. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to disrupt this momentum before the halftime break. A quick exchange of fire here, but he manages to come out on top. Lancer is definitely trying to make up for that defeat on Dunes. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, and he just managed to clear Havoc off the wine barrels. That's a lot of pressure on the favorite right now. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the top seed is just doing exactly what he came here to do. He's taking full control of the match right now. Time to see if Lancer adjusts. Havoc just widens the gap to a 9-4 lead. The ranked 29 seed is really struggling to keep pace here. Havoc is just relentless, pushing the score to 10-4. Lancer has actually got the historical advantage on this map. He's simply too fast for his opponent, continuing a hot streak as the lead grows to 11-4. Lancer gets a clean look here and shuts things down instantly. Exactly what he needed to shake things up a bit. He puts an immediate end to that brief rally and is now just a single round away from victory. Lancer just secured a quick outplay to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting a steep uphill battle with a 6-round deficit. Lancer keeps his composure, taking this exchange to stay in the game. The momentum is definitely shifting in this stretch. Absolute perfection from Lancer, extending this run to 3 straight and refusing to let the game end here. He's completely taken over this set, extending the run to 4 straight with a huge win from the wine barrels. He's simply refusing to go away, bringing the tally to 12-10 with another fast kill. What a finish! Havoc closes out the match with an absolute blinder to take the victory. Unlocked after that incredible run, he just couldn't close the deal. What a match. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Mist are stepping into the arena for a duel. The favorite looks strong, but anything can happen. Havoc holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history with 376 total wins over Mist. He's clearly the aggressor in this pairing, but he'll need to push past that slow start if he wants to maintain his control here. Mist is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. The higher ranked player is finally starting to push back. Havoc has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in a flash. Mist just reclaimed the edge, leading 3-2. He's really fighting the uphill battle given that rating difference. We are all squared up at 3 apiece now. The higher ranked player is looking very steady right now. Absolute chaos. He barely edges this out, surviving a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth. He's certainly riding a wave of confidence today with that 23-11 record. And we are deadlocked at 4-4 after a wild run. Both players are comfortably in the upper half of our rating pool. What a scrap. Mist barely walks away from that one with just a few health points left. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect today. And just like that, Havoc brings us back to a total stalemate. Tough to shake that 13-5 loss from their last encounter. Havoc is really starting to stack up these rounds, putting some serious distance between himself and Mist. He's certainly putting his rank 13 status on display right now. Havoc leads 7-5 heading into the break. It's a narrow margin, but the favorite is definitely holding his ground here. He's using that 70% recent win rate to keep the pressure on. Time for a fresh start. Havoc holds a slim 1-round cushion at 7-6. Mist is fighting for every inch today. Mist is really finding a flow right now, taking control from the Tetris to pull even. Mist is absolutely on fire, picking him right off the Tetris to secure his 3rd straight. The underdog is refusing to back down today. What a fight! He nearly goes down, but manages to scramble home the win to even things up. It's a complete toss-up moving forward from here. Havoc is really starting to exert his dominance, securing another round from the ramp. We've reached a complete deadlock at 9-9. Mist seems determined to flip the script on their recent history. Havoc grabs a thin 1-round lead over Mist. He's coming into this with a lot of momentum from his other wins today. Unbelievable. He walks away with a victory after a total war of attrition, surviving on practically nothing. He is absolutely tearing through the opposition now, just 1 round shy of the victory. Unbelievable finish. He closes the door on this series with a perfectly timed shot. He just keeps finding a way to close these things out, really asserting his authority in the final stretch. Welcome to the arena. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Mapas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Mist is currently our favorite for this one as he carries the higher rating on the ladder. He definitely looked sharp in that opening exchange. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that confidence into a lead given how hard Lancer usually pushes him. Mist keeps the momentum with a slim 2-1 lead. His head-to-head record against the opposition is actually quite strong. Unreal, Lancer barely escapes that chaotic trade to bring us back to a deadlock. Lancer really likes having his back against the wall. Mist claws back a tiny lead at 3-2. A crucial response for the higher rated player. Mist is pulling away now, leading by 2. He's playing with a lot more confidence than in his last 3 outings. Lancer really locks down that ramp to keep things tight. We've got a nail biter on our hands. Lancer strikes back to bring this a dead even 4-4. He's leaning into that overall head-to-head advantage right now. Lancer is on fire, picking his opponent right off the ramp to secure another victory. The high-rated contender is starting to look vulnerable. Absolutely oppressive, Lancer is just refusing to let up, taking full control of this match. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to shut down the rally. A hard-fought clutch to keep the gap minimal. We head into the break with things deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, the higher-rated player is struggling to find any separation here. Lancer really shifted the energy after that 4-round run to keep this close. Fresh start for both of them. Mist barely edges ahead by 1 round. That's a strong response after his previous loss to the opposing player. Mist has really found a way to flip the script in this set and is now putting together a huge streak. So yeah, it's a complete reversal of how the first half felt. Let's see if he can ride this wave all the way to a victory. Lancer puts up a fight from the ramp, refusing to back down. The momentum has finally shifted back to the underdog. He's practically untouched in this exchange, keeping the comeback alive. Lancer is simply not letting the game slip away. Mist secures his footing on the ramp to push back and keep the lead. The higher seed is starting to find some stability. Mist is putting the pressure on now, refusing to let Lancer get any breathing room. Lancer has had a tough day overall with that 11-24 record. He's simply too fast right now, and a single round stands between him and the victory. Lancer's early momentum has completely vanished. Lancer survives a close exchange from the ramp to keep himself in the game. The sheer tenacity on display from the challenger is impressive. That's it. A clean finish to put it all away and seal the victory. He really managed to shake off that early slump to lock things down. It's a huge bounce back win after a rough start to his day. Welcome everyone! We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Fast Aim, where the clear favorite looks for another victory. Havoc has owned this rivalry with a 71% win rate over their long history. That's a massive mountain for Lancer to climb. He'll need to stay composed to pull off a real upset today. Lancer had no trouble dealing with Havoc on the ramp, putting him in a strong early position. He looks completely unfazed by the gap in their ratings. Lancer is just starting to find his rhythm here. The 13th rated player in the league is finally making his move. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as we move forward. The higher rated side is starting to put on the pressure. Havoc completely shuts him down on the ramp, taking over the lead with a 3-round tier. An absolute powerhouse performance as he cleans up from the planks to push the lead further. He's really carrying that momentum from his recent run of form. He's simply too fast right now, keeping the pressure on with another clean win. He looks like he's still reeling from that loss to Mist. Lancer answers back with a perfect burst to secure the round. He needs to stack up more wins like that to close the gap. Havoc has been absolutely on fire today, putting up a 23-11 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear the confidence is translating into a huge lead here. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle against that pace. Havoc really knows how to use those planks to get a height advantage and close out this round. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel very real. He is simply refusing to let up, extending his streak to 3 before the break. Things are starting to look like that most recent duel they had. Havoc heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. This is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. He's just outclassing Lancer right now and looked completely in control throughout those middle rounds. Lancer needs a total reset here. Lancer claws back 1, but Havoc still holds a 5-round lead. It's been a rough run for him across the last few hours. Havoc is just cruise controlling with a dominant 10-4 lead. He's looking incredibly steady right now. Havoc is really making it easy for himself by utilizing that ramp as a stronghold. He's showing exactly why he's listed as the top tier favorite here. Lancer is fighting back with everything he has, but he's still quite far from leveling this series. Lancer is putting up a fight, managing to string together a couple of quick rounds to chip away at that lead. What a scramble. He barely escapes that exchange and now finds himself on the verge of victory. That was a sweat, just barely keeping his head above water. Unbelievable, he barely walks away from that fight with a sliver of health to close out the series. Just a total lockdown performance. He's really keeping the momentum going after that recent run of wins today. Welcome everyone, Havoc and Mist are facing off on red line, with Havoc entering this match as the heavy favorite. Havoc holds a substantial head-to-head lead by winning nearly 70% of their encounters. It makes this opening round a real surprise given how consistently he's handled this matchup. We'll see if Mist can build on this early momentum. Mist is really putting the pressure on Havoc now. It's worth noting he's the higher rated of these two. Havoc has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in no time. The top 10 are always tough to climb against. Unreal. He barely hangs on with 14 HP after an absolute war on the ramp. He's really fighting back after that tough loss earlier today. Mist is comfortably sitting on a 4-2 cushion. His recent form was a bit shaky compared to the dominance we've seen today. Havoc trails by just one now after that huge play. He's certainly playing with that confidence from his recent win over Mist. We're completely back to a dead heat here. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground. Mist hasn't had it easy against him lately. Mist really used that high ground to his advantage there, securing a nice lead. Still trying to overcome that long-term deficit against him. We are tied up at 5 apiece. Anyone can take this. He is certainly playing like the higher ranked seed here. Havoc pulls ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. He's clearly carrying a lot of momentum from the 13-6 win against Lancer. We've got a total deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, things are going pretty much as expected. Mist is hanging tough, but Havoc is leaning on that 7-game win streak to stay steady here. Fresh start for both players now. Mist is really capitalizing on that ramp advantage, putting himself in a great spot here. The lower seed is really digging in here. Absolute deadlock at 7 each. This is a thriller. The experience difference is really showing throughout this set. Havoc takes the lead once again, moving to 8. It's a tough climb for a player sitting at 23rd. Havoc secures the kill from the ramp, keeping this impressive run going. He's certainly leaning into his role as the favorite today. He's simply on another level right now, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. Mist hasn't quite found his footing after those losses to Lancer. Mist just shuts the door on that ramp play, refusing to let the gap widen further. He needed to find a way to break through that run. The speed of this match is picking up. That last encounter was essentially a mirror match of pure reaction time. He's refusing to buckle, clawing back further into this game. He's showing plenty of resilience despite the rating gap. Total shutout from the ramp, keeping his momentum going as he narrows the gap. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to close this out. Totally clean sequence to put him within striking distance of the victory. What a finish. He seals the series with an effortless shot right off the ramp. He really showed why he's held such a grip on this rivalry over the years. Mist fought tooth and nail, but just couldn't close the gap. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Lancer and Mist facing off, with Mist entering today's match as the favorite. What a fight! Lancer barely edges that one out, walking away with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer is fighting back after dropping their previous encounter. Lancer leads this head-to-head rivalry over a huge sample size of matches, but Mist has clearly been the stronger force in their most recent clashes. Now it's all about whether the favorite can stop this early momentum. A lightning-fast reaction from Mist puts him back in the game. The pressure is mounting for Lancer as he lets another round slip away. We're seeing the kind of form we expected from the heavy hitter. He wipes the board clean, claiming the tie from the top of the box. Lancer's early advantage has completely evaporated. Lancer secures another point, reclaiming the lead by a single round. Still trying to shake off a rough 10-25 round day. Mist refuses to fade away, locking in a crucial round to bring things level. His class is showing as we head into the second half. A perfectly timed burst ensures Mist stays on the offensive, erasing that lead entirely. A very promising start to the day for him so far. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over the server right now. Tough spot for Lancer to be in right now. He's simply not missing right now, extending that streak to 4 before we hit the break. Mist holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what we hoped he'd do. Lancer has a long road back after getting pushed around in those final few rounds. Lancer needs a spark here. He's showing some serious grit, cutting into that lead with a flawless opening shot. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to feel irrelevant. Mist manages to stabilize the momentum, securing a narrow victory to keep a healthy lead. The skill gap between them is certainly narrowing as we go. He's refusing to go away, tightening the screw on this match. The underdog is really stepping up his play now. He's simply too sharp right now, leveling the score at 8-8. Absolutely crushing the confidence of his opponent right now. He's showing a lot of heart, asserting his will to take back the lead. That was a lightning-fast trade back to the lead. He's refusing to let Lancer keep the pace, reclaiming a 2-round advantage. Seriously quick snapshot to close that one out. The turnaround continues as Mist shuts things down completely. His confidence is sky high after that clinical result against Zero. Lancer keeps his composure and manages to knock him off the box. That should bring him right back into the flow of things. Pure precision from Mist, putting him just 1 point away from victory. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle now. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a perfect shot and seals the victory. He's just too consistent right now, and it looks like the rankings were spot on for this matchup. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off, with Havoc heading into this one as the clear favorite. Havoc has been a total nightmare for Lancer in the past, winning over 70% of their head-to-head games, you know. It's hard to shake that mental weight when you're coming off a tough string of losses lately. Lancer really needs to flip the script early if he wants a chance today. Havoc's currently in the driver's seat at 2-1. Lancer is definitely playing with a point to prove right now. These rounds are flashing by. Havoc is making this look way too easy right now. He's coming into this match with a lot of confidence after an 8-win streak. Havoc just edged out a slim lead, 3-2. He's definitely trying to shake off that tough series of losses. Havoc is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Havoc is putting on an absolute clinic today, having already won 23 games in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series, while Lancer looks completely out of sync. If this continues, the gap in their individual form will be impossible to close. Lancer is showing some real grit, securing another round to keep this series tight. The tide is turning in this series. Havoc still holds a commanding 6-4 cushion here. He's still looking like the stronger side to... He's keeping the pressure high as we head into the half, refusing to let his opponent break away. A quick exchange there, but the damage was done. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the top seed is holding the advantage exactly as we thought he would. He's in a strong spot to close this out quickly. Time to see a change in pace. Lancer keeps the pressure on with another flawless round, refusing to back down. A quick response from the challenger to keep this game alive. Havoc pushes the advantage to 8-6 after that play. He's definitely looking more like that top 15 ranked player right now. Havoc is just widening the gap to 9-6. His overall record against Lancer speaks for itself. Lancer is showing serious resolve here, taking a full health round to close the gap. Lancer is starting to find a way to push back. He's really digging deep to stay in this contest, claiming another round. It's a much different story than we expected from the pre-game. Unbelievable. Lancer claws his way back into a deadlock, bringing the score level at 9-all. A complete turnaround in a matter of minutes. He quickly regains the edge, pulling ahead by a single round. He's certainly trying to keep the dominance he showed in their last meeting. Havoc is starting to put some breathing room between himself and Lancer again. Lancer has had a tough time keeping his head today. Lancer looks untouchable in this exchange, taking full control to bring the score to 10-11. A huge fight back from the underdog in a tight series. Another rapid-fire win for Lancer, and we've got a dead heat at 11-all. The dynamic has shifted completely since we started this match. Lancer manages to secure another round, putting himself just a single step away from victory. He's completely rewritten the script for this encounter. Unreal. Lancer closes the deal with a perfect finish to complete the comeback and take the series. I can't believe we're seeing this. He just completely shattered that historical dominance we've seen all season. What a... Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Havoc and Mist facing off on Mappas, with the favorite looking to stay dominant. Havoc holds a massive 69% win rate in their head-to-head history. It makes total sense why he's the favorite here, especially since he took their most recent clash. Let's see if Mist can actually shake that psychological weight. Havoc is just one step ahead, leading 2-1. Mist seems focused after that strong victory over Lancer. The pace of this game is incredible. Both of these players are reacting almost instantly. Unreal, he almost went down, but he manages to secure a narrow win in that chaotic fight. That was an absolute scramble, but Havoc comes out on top and keeps the heat rising. What a fight, he barely hangs on for the win after an absolutely brutal exchange. Mist keeps the momentum going, taking control of the ramp to secure another win. The underdog is starting to look a lot more comfortable out there. Havoc is really finding his flow with a 22-12 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing a ton of confidence into this specific matchup. The real question now is if he can maintain this pace through the half. He's showing some real grit, clawing back into this series just before the switch. Everything is shifting as he narrows the gap right before the switch. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Well, this is playing out exactly how we thought it would. He's keeping the pressure on, and he'll need to stay sharp to close this out. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Havoc is really starting to stretch this lead out, and he looks completely comfortable fighting from that ramp. He's really proving to be the more reliable fighter today. Mist is refusing to go away, continuing his charge to close that gap. He's fighting hard to prove the odds wrong today. Absolutely effortless. He's continuing this charge, making the gap even smaller now. What a turnaround. He's fought his way back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted as we head into the final stretch. What a scramble. He barely escapes that bloody exchange to move within 4 rounds of victory. He's completely taken over the server, putting 5 more in the books. The initial prediction is looking further and further off right now. A sharp response from Havoc, finally breaking that run to get back within 1. Good grief, that was an absolute war. Mist somehow digs deep to survive that disaster and pull ahead. Just a sliver of health left after that bloodbath. And the pressure keeps building as he puts himself in a position to close this whole thing out. Incredible resilience from Havoc, surviving on a tiny sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. He's just refusing to let this match slip away. What a nail biter. He digs in on that ramp to secure another win, keeping himself in this match. What an incredible finish. Mist secures the final point and completes a stunning comeback to take the map. He's finally broken the curse to walk away with a win against a rival who's owned him for so long is just huge. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. We have Lancer and Mist stepping up today to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 51% of their encounters. It's a tight gap that makes this opening round feel a bit more significant. We'll see if that edge is enough to offset the higher overall rating. Mist brings into this match. Lancer is pushing ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. The favorite is finally showing some fight. What a scramble. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to take this one. That's a surprising start for the lower rated player. Lancer is on fire, extending the lead to 3-2. The superior ranking is starting to weigh in here. Lancer is just cruising now with a comfortable 4-2 grip. Mist seems to be struggling to replicate that recent 13-9 victory. Mist is reacting quickly now, keeping this series extremely tight. The higher rated player is starting to push back. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece after that comeback. He seems completely in control after that earlier victory on Dunes. Lancer regains the advantage, moving ahead 5-4. Lancer is fighting against a tough 11-23 run today. Lancer has managed to reverse the trend of his most recent head-to-head losses. Well, the momentum is shifting in a big way for him. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure to close out the first half. Lancer is completely in command of the server, securing a third straight for himself. The higher ranked player is really feeling the heat right now. Lancer heads into the break with a big 8-4 lead. Honestly, this is a complete shock. Given how Mist has been playing lately, Lancer is putting on a show and is comfortably in the driver's seat right now. Lancer is just relentless, extending that gap to 9-4. Pure domination, especially with that ranking gap between them. Mist answers back, trimming the deficit to 9-5. The higher rated man is trying to claw back into this. The gap is just getting wider. Lancer is firmly in control as he marches toward the finish line. That's quite the turnaround after his recent struggle against Mist. Lancer is simply untouchable, now sitting pretty at 10-6. Mist is fighting for a spot back in the top 20. Lancer is really putting on the pressure now, and Mist is having a hard time finding any answer. A total shift from that match on Dunes we saw earlier. He just needs one more to shut the door on this match. Lancer just completely shuts down that mini comeback. Mist reacts instantly to a perfect shot, keeping the dream alive. He has to dig deep to overcome this deficit. Unbelievable. Lancer survives by a hair to claim the victory. He really fought his way back to a winning record against this guy today. Lancer's just on another level right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off on red line, with Havoc entering as the favorite today. Havoc has traditionally owned this rivalry with a 71% win rate. It's surprising to see Lancer coming off a victory against him just a short while ago. I wonder if that previous result will give the underdog more confidence in this set. Havoc holds a slim lead, but Lancer is fighting back. The higher rated player is starting to flex those muscles now. Havoc is really starting to build some momentum here, taking control from the ramp. It's looking like his higher rank is starting to show. He just clears Lancer right off the ramp to push the lead to 4-1. He just completely dismantled his opponent from the ramp to secure a 4th straight win. The gap in their current ladder rankings is becoming very apparent. He's just in complete control now, extending that run to 5 straight. Lancer has definitely seen better results in his most recent outing. Just pure perfection from the favorite, extending that streak to 6 rounds straight. His current form is a huge jump from those last 2 losses. A quick response from Lancer to put a stop to that slide. He certainly knows how to play spoiler in this series. Havoc is quickly reclaiming his territory, securing another win from the ramp. Unbelievable, he barely clings to life with a sliver of health after that wild brawl. He's really making his opponent pay for those aggressive pushes. Havoc enters the break with a 10-2 lead. I mean, this is exactly how you'd expect this match to go. Lancer just can't find any answers for the top seed right now. Lancer needs a huge wake-up call. Lancer manages to shut things down on the ramp, keeping the map within reach. A rare look at the closer battle for the number 29 seed. That was a lightning fast exchange. Lancer really can't keep up with the speed he's playing at right now. Lancer really stepped up and wiped Havoc right off that ramp. This is a huge mental boost for the lower rated side. Havoc is just a single round away from closing this series out. The seed advantage is really starting to tell here. What a finish. He closes the door with an effortless final shot to seal the victory. Completely one-sided affair from start to finish. This was definitely the more efficient side today,